I'm surprised you stopped talking. Hello, friends. Welcome to World to Quest. I don't have anything smart to say this time, so just welcome. The only thing that I do want to mention, actually two things. One, turn the heater away from me. Turn it towards Kayla. Two is Mr. Clay is not here today. I know we had mentioned that last week, but just as a quick reminder, he is not here today. With that being the case, last week, following the celebration, the Cubix Ascenders ascending to one of the high seats of Zinderhold, you, as a group, went back. You had a little bit more discussion again on what your plans were. A little bit more than I thought you were going to have, in fact. After more so, we'll say, fully solidifying your plans, you finally ventured to Lone Peak. Upon arriving in Lone Peak, you were initially greeted not by family members, not by the brother that you guys had met from before, but someone who appeared to be a full-fledged dragon. The eldest, you now know, of Cain's brothers, and Orlaveil's first son, or oldest son, you could say. After having a very brief interaction with him and an invite extended to you, as Orlaveil was expecting you, you reunited with Kogal, Gaul. Some of you meeting him for the first time, others meeting him again, who was most excited to see you. He had erected, we'll say, monuments to your favor in your images, telling the story that he knows of you and perhaps maybe some of the story that's still left to be said.
My man couldn't wait for the novel to come out and had to read ahead.
Exactly.
Or the anime to come out and then read the novel.
My man's got the manuscript for sure.
Wait a minute, I'm not supposed to lose.
From there, traveling to Lone Peak, initially with the intent to actually meet with Orlaveil, but first to meet with Tiku's tribe, those that had gathered here, and you found a good number of them. From what you can tell, the remainder of your tribe, who were ecstatic to see you, as well as good 100+ individuals that are inflicted with dragon sickness to varying degrees. There was a group of individuals who had come with them to actually basically escort and bring these sick individuals in hopes that you guys might have a cure. As a quick reminder, the work of Tiku and Razu, you do have a lab of sorts that has started to be set up here. It is in the hills that would be just to the west of Lone Peak. After briefly meeting with who effectively the leader of that delegation, I'd say, and starting to treat at least the most dire cases, Zephyr constructed a... I suddenly forgot. He constructed a mansion with many servants to continue administering after...
Mordekaiser's Magnificent Hospital.
Mordekainen.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Mordekaiser's from League of Legends.
Hey, you create a hospital. You don't know.
Your servants are continuing to help administer those. And from there, you now decided to accept Orlaveil's invitation and rise to the summit. Two of you electing to race both each other and then also another one of Cain's brothers who came to meet with you, Mirden specifically. You were not able to beat Mirden, and in this, although it was close, Gurgle did win. The reason I bring this up, you are both under level 1 exhaustion from your fast track, not yet.
Your dick measuring contest?
Sure.
Literally.
You arrived at the summit not before insulting Vayu. At least
that was them.
There was a reason I was looking there. Zephyr, specifically you, Cain, would definitely know Vayu. It is not a slight that Vayu would be likely to forgive easily or quickly. But after everyone arrived, as Vayu would not let anyone approach before everyone had grouped together, he now has basically given you permission to approach the manor, which again, this is the same manor you saw from before, a stone rock wall with a large gate currently opened. You can see the forge that Gurgle had worked in previously that's just off to the left of the main house of this manor. The manor itself being a 3-story manor from where you guys can see. And I don't know if I mentioned this before. There is many. No, I did. There is also many servants that are currently. It looks very bustling. Before, when you were here, the manor was void of people, mainly apart from the caretakers. But it is very clear from the different races. Some being like elven, human. The majority being elvish. But there are elven, human, and dragonborn as the main races you see, with the occasional dwarf or more so beast-like races, such as you see, for example, a Leonin that seems to be postured as almost a guard in front of the gates. You would know that there's a lot of new faces here. Some of these you would recognize as basically servants of the household. Not of Orlaveil, though. They would be servants, or it might be better said, members of the Golden Scales. That is to say, for you, you would know that this gathering is likely not just meant for the Cubix Ascenders. With that being the case, again, Vayu has now, exactly where he had left off and where we'll start, Vayu has now given permission to approach, and he himself is moving towards the manor. Is there anything you guys wish to discuss before you go, or do you simply move forward?
Ha! Sucker rouser! Sorry. Let's continue.
Why are you guys out of breath?
I'll move
Do
up.
you know how hard it is to run up up a mountain?
Why'd you run up the mountain?
He's certainly not so bad.
You
As Mirden would be following Vayu.
You could have
so
just
kinda
gotten a ride.
split.
I'll flank Vayu on the opposite side of Mirrodin and just remind everyone Tiku is currently on my back.
That's not nearly as fun.
Okay.
I quite enjoyed myself.
I shoot you a dirty look. Which is like
He gives you a grin.
which is like multiplied tenfold as it's from a dragon.
Grin and a thumbs up.
Slight pokes and jabs as you guys approach the manor. The Leonin standing at the gate would move forward to greet you. You would be familiar with this Leonin specifically. And I don't have his name up because I'm new, but I'm underprepared. 1 second. He's important. I can't just make up his name.
Kane, I was just trying to test a theory. We were debating if dragons cared what mortals thought. And we found... This is all in our head, by the way. And we came to the determination after our experiment that they do care.
They might care about insulting thoughts, not really about opinions.
That's pretty much the same
The
thing.
insulting dots.
If I say that you're stupid, that's my opinion.
And it is insulting.
Yeah. But if you don't care, then that doesn't matter.
I think that's what Zephyr's trying to point out, is that the opinion...
I'm just saying the experiment showed that he cared. Dragons care.
About certain things.
Which means we should probably be a little more careful in the future. I'll
You
ponder that.
think?
Yeah, no, he's not gonna.
Okay. I apologize.
No, he'll ponder it. He just... That doesn't mean anything's going to change.
Yorthus is the name of this Leonin. He is the treasurer for the Golden Scales. But Yorthus would approach you and first off would bow to you, Mirrodin, and Vayu. Just hand across his heart, just almost a standing low bow. And coming back up, he says, "It's wonderful to meet all of you again, or to see, as I know we've met earlier, Vayu." Kind of turns, looking back to the manor, which again, at this point, we're going evening, probably like 7, 8-ish. First sun would have already set, second sun would be setting, so we'd be right about twilight. Look back to the manor, he says, "Orlaveil is throwing quite the welcome. In your honor, of course, but there are some other guests that I was told to inform you will be here. The first of which I believe that you are at least aware of. I think you've met him before. Kirtas is going to be joining us, at least for the first part of the evening. And then, pending his answer to the invitation, there is a small possibility that Sipol will be arriving shortly as well.
What?
Apart from that, you are the guests of honor here. Orlaveil would like to greet you, but there is one last order of business he's finishing up his first. So I am to show you to the main hall and ask if you have any requests for any additions or changes to the menu.
Out of curiosity, why was Sir Paul invited?
Well, any matter that concerns the rising or the crowning of any kind of changing, we could say, of the King of Dragons requires representatives for all those who hold a stake in the seat to be present, or at least to be invited.
I suppose that's fair.
Wait, we're crowning the new King of Dragons? You didn't tell us.
You didn't insinuate it. What do you think Tiku is?
Not paying attention.
Hold on.
I thought it was clear.
I did not know that's what this meeting was.
I thought we were here to collect the dragon stone egg that we were growing for centuries.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that was thrown off guard by the fact that Tiko's about to be the new Dragon King, right?
No, she's not.
Tiku doesn't want to be a Dragon King.
The Dragon King will be crowned today, but not Tiku.
Suffice to say, at least chosen.
At least chosen.
There will, of course, be the right to be passed. That is to say, other dragons would have a chance to challenge the one who would rise.
You figured
Well,
there'd be
Tiko's definitely not going to be the Dragon King.
you figured there'd be more people coming to stop this, wouldn't you?
I don't see why.
Why?
Well, just other forces that don't want another Dragon King to be anointed.
You can see that Leona is about to respond. Vayu almost like an angry smirk. Yeah, there's like a very clear angry, almost like grimace. That's the word I was going for. Sorry, across his face. Mirrodin places his hand on his front leg.
Flank. That
Yes.
was called a flank. Yeah.
Yes. Come, Vayu. For what it's worth, no, not many oppose it. In fact, we have the blessings of Bahamut, at least. That is why Kirktust is present. As of yet, Tiamat remains the only, what is to say, undecided party.
Amongst all the gods?
Well, the dragons are beneath the gods. At least that's what they think now, as unfortunately, as from what I understand, from what His Eminence has told me, you now understand that the dragons lost the war. That
They
does,
did.
in fact, mean that as of now, the gods rank higher, and their influence stretches much further as well.
But Bahamut is both God and Dragon.
He is, but I believe to him he stands above all. A hybrid of some sort, god
So-
and dragon.
So that like anti-dragon factions aren't powerful enough to be able to influence anything here.
More so, they fear the influence of Bahamut, and credit where credit's due, Father. He's not he's not a pushover.
Well, it's just good to know that we're not going to be, ambushed in the middle of this.
Oh, I'm sure, or Kirktas, or apologies, Sir Paul will at least make some kind of an appearance, but I also believe that Kirktas will be able to keep him in check. While the majority of us might struggle, those brothers are two halves of a whole, I guess you could say.
Forewarning. Similar to Cinderhold, challenges are accepted here, and if you deny, cowardice is your only recompense.
So I would be
Yeah,
granted a
Roger.
Can I be challenged?
You can.
And if I'm considered a coward, that does what?
It depends on the nature of the challenge. For example, if you were to do something warranting a challenge, and then you were to decline it, then at that point, yes, we'd likely see some problems, mainly in this case being the lack of support from the Golden Scales and, again, most importantly, Father in this case.
I say mentally to you, just be warned what Vayu does. He's
But I don't.
temperamental.
But I don't care if I'm challenged, because
But if you
it's not worth my time.
refuse,
But you said we needed allies.
Just don't get
Zephyr.
eaten by Vayu.
I can go with other allies if they're going to be that petty.
Well, but what we're saying is don't get eaten by Vayu because we kind of need you at this moment. Okay?
Oh, if we got that bad, something else bad would happen. That's for everyone's best interest to not let that happen. Because if I need to, I will call upon powers.
At this point, save unless you guys purposely stayed out, Yorthus would have directed you and brought you guys into the main hall. The inner workings of the manor have slightly changed. This would not be unprecedented to you, but it is rare for Orlaveil's manor to change in any kind of way. The general design is still the same. You come into that first open room. There's a staircase on the right. Notably, there's also a staircase on the left that goes higher. There's now a staircase that leads to the third floor in that first open room. The door in the back that had the multicolored handles is no longer present. Back wall is barren, whether that is that the door is not
Are the two doors
there.
also gone?
The door to the right and left, the left leading to the baths is still there, and the right is, the archway is still there. However, again, it's changed slightly. That instead opens up into another fairly larger room. Not quite as big as the main hall, but it is a kitchen area. There are individuals who are bringing ingredients in and out of it. And then there's a door, so it's archways on your right and left lead to the baths and the kitchen. And then there's a door on the ends of both of those, the ends of those halls, and they both open up into the rooms, the baths, and then of course this kitchen area. At a quick glance, just walking in, the archway on the right also has two doors at the back that would lead to effectively, one of them would lead down into a cellar, as they'd be doors at an angle pointing downwards, likely going into the mountain. And then the door on the right is currently ajar, and individuals are bringing stuff out of it. It is a storage room. With that, inside the inside of Orlaveil's manor is currently bustling. There is a good 40-ish people that are going to and from right now. Baths are actually currently being used as well. Notably, you guys can see a familiar Kirktus who is bathing in one of the baths, head just kind of leaned back, his sword and armor propped up just behind him. His hand is, yes, his hand resting on his blade, but he seems to be asleep.
When did we see him?
You guys saw him when you guys exited the
Exited the
Crystal Eye.
Crystal
He's the one who gave you the crystal and told you that Bahamut
He
had
gave us
invited
the
you.
black compass.
We also saw him one time before that.
Correct. You guys also saw him. This was pre-stream. He was the envoy that came from Baklaval when you guys fought and initially got your Zinderhold seat. When that Goliath had fallen, you did not know who he was at that time. As then he went by Orlaveil. But with that, Yorthus would gesture to two large round tables that have been set up in this room, and he says, "If you simply wish to discuss until Orlaveil is ready, I'm sure we won't be waiting long. You're welcome to bathe, or for you, Tiku, I understand that you like to be involved in the dinner menus."
Oh yeah. Slides off.
As he kind of like gestures, and Tiku's already going into the kitchen. I believe I was informed
Take a bath.
correctly. Good.
Is the wisdom pool still broken?
No, the wisdom pool has been repaired, and new pools have been added since the last time we were here.
And now there's also, on the wall, there's a set of rules.
No eating the goddamn magic.
Don't drink the water.
The water.
There's not a set of rules. However, there's new runes engraved on the edges of the different maths. The power that even at a glance from this, like looking at the runes, the magical capacity of the pools is now stored in the runes that surround it. So it's the tub rather than the water, and it instead enhances the water rather than actually having the water be magical. With that being the case, there are now all 6 pools. So there are now 6 baths. Kirktus is bathing in the charisma pool or charisma bath at this moment. And then there are a few other individuals inside as well. Notably, there is what appears to be almost gives you the impression of a drow, but his his hair is black with almost like orange streaks. Think how people will give themselves like colored highlights to their hair. His hair seems to bleed from black into a deep orange.
Like your fire hair.
Skin's pale, and his eyelashes go out past his forehead about 2 inches off the sides of his head, and his eyebrows are purely that deep orange.
I think you said eyelashes. You think
Yes, I meant to say eyebrows. I pointed at him and I said the wrong thing. You are absolutely correct. Lastly,
Tiku pops her head over,
I like your fire hair.
and then she goes back to the kitchen.
Lastly, there is a unfamiliar orange dragonborn. The unfamiliar dragonborn is bathing in the pool of strength.
Which pool's the drow in?
Apologies. He is in the wisdom pool. Pool of wisdom. That's how I named them all, even though they're baths. I am boring. So he's in the pool of wisdom. The dragonborn is in the pool of strength, and then
Kirktusk is
and then
charisma.
Kirktusk is in the pool of charisma.
Hot tub episode?
Your choice.
Woo!
With it, can you change these a little bit? I actually meant to do this earlier, and I forgot.
I'll transform back into my
Bro.
humanoid self.
Bro's in the intelligence pool. The
No.
Bahamut dude.
No, he's in the charisma. Kirktusk is in the
yeah,
pool
yeah,
of
okay,
the pool of charisma.
Okay, I'm gonna do some fancy acrobatics into the pool, but I'm gonna make like no splash. I'm gonna just like, bloop, like, and then just.
Like an acrobatic, it's going to be very difficult if you're jumping into the pool trying not to make a splash.
Doing like a
small
perfect
frog.
dive.
Yeah, like a
I'd
small.
You throw a rock, it's...
I mean, it's a little bit of a splash, but like contained.
Well, yeah, but how contained is it? That's what we're rolling for.
Pretty contained. Pretty good at this.
Is it acrobatics or athletics?
Acrobatics.
This would be acrobatics for sure.
23.
You got some ripples, but as he jumps and like you almost have that like grimace as he's about to basically do a child jumping into a jacuzzi
Oh, it's
with
way
people
higher than that.
inside.
It's like 10 feet up.
But as he hits, it's almost more of like a and ripples go across, not even waking Kirktusk from slumber.
Just smoothly just under the water.
And then I just come above the water with just my eyes like a frog would, like when it's just looking, and then I just look at him.
And then back down. Somewhere else pops up.
Are you guys planning on just waiting for dinner? Anyone you want to interact with?
I'll head over to the charisma pool as well.
Apparently we're all taking a bath.
Wasn't gonna get in.
Oh, you're not? We might as well before dinner.
Zephyr, you're welcome in the kitchen if you want to come.
Do you need my help? All right. Oh, fine.
As like 4 separate individuals around you, just like calling out to you as you ask. He says, only if you want to. We are here to help. We were instructed to assist Tiku in any way that she
Start
has.
spouting
Tiku
off
thought
like
she said that in her
nonsense
head.
about like how to like disassemble certain monsters. Like, do you know what this part is of a monster and how to fillet it and everything? It's just
They
like this
are-
most like exotic stuff.
They are auspiciously informed. As you add them off, they're like, nice, yes, that is how. And they just almost like nodding in agreement.
Okay.
These individuals seem to understand.
Do you know how to inject it with magic when she's using her pots? It requires you to, and I spout off all the technical
And that
jargon.
one, they're like, well, that is something. If you do wish to fully do that, then it is likely that she will need.
Tiku, do you want me to do that?
Oh yeah. What?
Tiku was a little confused. She thought she was
Do-
saying that in her head, but realized
Do-
she said it out loud too.
Do you want me to do the arcane magic thingy
Oh yeah.
to your food? Oh, okay. I'll come help you in the kitchen.
Look at this little wiggly thing. It's like a tentacle of some kind.
Can you kill it
Which
more?
monster? What?
Can you kill it more, please? Oh, well, I mean, I guess that works.
I think it's a beholder. Yeah, pretty sure. Okay.
all checks to do. Yes. So the pool that you choose would give you advantage on checks surrounding that. For the sake of this, Clay is going to get in the charisma bath
He would definitely choose charisma.
and may fall asleep.
Just drowns in the
Zephyr
crystal
will
bath.
drag Tiku to the bath at some point, but we'll cook first.
Okay. All right. Not looking to interact with everybody is apart from the servants who are coming around effectively asking you, asking for your choice of drinks and getting instruction from you, Tiku, on what you would like to, how you would like to alter the meals for the evening. As I will say, the majority of them are fairly plebeian in nature, mainly around like boar being the main choice of meat, breads, cheeses, and notably, Mr. Beekman's wine.
Zephyr, can you do your magic thingy?
Which one?
The wine. You see the drink.
Oh, you want me to cleanse it?
Wait.
I'm suspicious that they probably want it because they want people to go through the process.
Mirrodin would chime in at this point and says, it doesn't work exactly like the wine that you're familiar with.
Oh, good.
Part of what we've been doing here at the Golden Scales is working to refine this. What may have been initially used for nefarious purposes, we believe might have some worth. I will say, in full transparency, this is our first true run-in with it, and everyone here present is aware of the risks and has chosen to accept them. You're welcome to partake as well, and if not, and then he would gesture to a few different large barrels of different alcohols, as well as your other brands of wine.
So, oh shoot, I had a thought and it just left me.
Well, why don't you think about that?
Yeah.
What's Ezid supposed to do now?
Well, now it is meant to... two-part. First of which, via...
Music's a bit
Oh.
loud.
This is two things it's meant to do. First of which is, much like I believe that you are looking to accomplish, we met with the individuals from your laboratory, constructed not far from here. It is, if not overexposed, if not to drink from this for years and years to come, you can be exposed to a disease without necessarily acquiring it. We're looking at this, to use this as a test. No one here at this point has ever elected to try, apart from some of us at the top. We'll say, and he gestures to, again, who almost seems like waitstaff, but again, from your knowledge, would be just members of Golden Scales who are helping to facilitate this. He says, apart from those of us that really run things, none of us have truly, none of them have tried it, and they're willing to start it, and we believe that we might be able to study the initial symptoms of dragon sickness, both determining some that may be eligible for the turn, as well as potentially seeing if we might be able to neutralize it in early stages, as well as look for symptoms. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, this is a bit of a test for those of us here. And then the second is for those that desire to be more. This is a step in that direction. Orlaveil believes that this could be used to start something that you are currently working towards, well, that we are. That is to say, again, it is fine. Please do not cleanse the wine.
So, do you all have a plan for the end game, what you want to do with the wine? Not just what you guys have here, but throughout the continent.
Of course. First off, as he kind of like looks over to Clay, who canonically has fallen asleep in the bath. He like looks at him and he says, first off, we do have to make money. And as of right now, it is a very, you could say, a key part of Altira. Both the wine itself as well as the trade, his really chokehold on trade, at least in the northern part of the continent.
So I guess the more thing I'm getting at is I assume there's a lot of some of the more lawful cities and countries are probably have some sort of trade copyright laws in place where you couldn't really alter the wine and just resell it.
You are correct. As of right now, I can tell you that my goal as well, the goal given to us by His Eminence Orlaveil, is that we need to correct it at its source. That is to say, again, he looks to the bath and he says, Well, we were hoping to reinstate Mr. Clay as the head of the Beekman Consortium.
I did talk to him about that, and he is willing to work for you as far as I understand it. Just,
Now,
not right now.
you would have to rip the consortium away from Wazarine's influence, though.
That is something that at least the Golden Scales. I will be fully transparent and tell you that Orlaveil and the Golden Scales are not wholeheartedly aligned. Golden Scales follows Orlaveil's, but sometimes his sight exceeds ours. That is to say, we will follow him, but he does not always follow us, just to be exactly precise. With that being the case, we do fully intend, save something going horribly wrong tonight, to pledge to help Clay reclaim his glory, his fortune. And with the only stipulation, of course, being that he expands his work from his typical trading partners. For what it's worth, we've already worked with Thornscale to some degree.
Yeah, we'll have to let him decide on how he wants to go about reclaiming that, if he chooses to, or if he just wants to burn it to the ground and rebuild it again. I mean, minimum, I would see, even if you don't take over the Beekman wine necessarily, but try to get it called back of sorts, make it publicly known that it's dangerous, everything.
It would be a horrible waste to destroy it all, but if he did decide, the only thing that we would look for in that situation would be control of the supply lines, specifically those coming from the Crystal Eye, which we believe gives his wine that supernatural aspect.
But if he does, the idea of recalling it all mostly would be to allow for the restructure of the wine in the future, but in a more humane way, more
Taylor
ethical.
wants to say this. Tiku does not say this. You could totally frame it that the new Clay Bakeman took his identity and his position and has been poisoning the wine. And
Well, I'd just say that's a random person, like advisor. It's like, well, I mean, that would be one way of like destroying the current Clay Bakeman consortium.
no, but then you gotta get the OG back.
Well, yeah, but that's only if Clay wants to go back.
If he wants it destroyed, not if he wants it saved.
That's so saving it.
Like, all the assets and stuff would still be there. It's just
It's like getting rid of a bad
effectively
CEO.
destroying it, claiming all the assets, and then rebuilding it.
It would destroy trust.
It's a rebranding of sorts, maybe.
If he wishes to divorce himself from it entirely, we would be more than happy to take it over as well. Just take it off his plate.
Yeah. Right now, I think he's resting. He's had a rough go of it the last bit. I think all the stress is getting to him.
I can see that. Well, I must prepare myself for dinner, as Mirrodin would actually just start to undress, and he says, "I did race up the mountain after all. I do wish to be clean before Father arrives." Mirrodin would choose to bathe in the pool of wisdom as well.
Weirdly, Zephyr always smells like morning rain.
I would actually like to grab a mug of Clay Beekman wine as I head over to the Prisma Bath.
As soon as it seems like bro's not going to wake up, I'll go a little bit higher above now where the line of cement would be, where the water level's here and then the cement's here. And I bring my eye level above, and then I start looking at the other pools. Just the eyes. Looking at the drow. Looking over.
If you look at the drow, he would actually meet eye contact with you. Did you need something, Gargal?
How do
Or are
you
you
know
just
me?
playing spy in the bath?
How do you know me? I don't know you.
Marco.
Don't worry, you will. I've been following you for quite some time.
That's weird. Why wouldn't you just
Asmodeus.
introduce yourself earlier if you were following me?
Sorry, what did you say?
Asmodeus.
How insulting.
I know,
that
I
he's
know,
terrible.
I'll
I
have
know.
his head on a pike before the end of this.
I totally know. Big
pick me, but
You're-
not really, because Tiku
you're-
has no idea.
You're
Hey, Tiku, do you know who this guy is?
you're no boy. No boy, oh. That guy.
Calling us too.
I believe it is pronounced Naboro, if that is who you're referring to.
Goes good with milk.
I only heard about him.
I thought you were going to say nobly. And yes, I am a noble. A king, in fact. And I do hail by Noboro as well. The pleasure is mine. It's great to finally meet you. And to be more precise, I did mean all of you. Not just you, Gargo. I will say, you're slightly hard to deal with.
Hard to deal with? What do you mean?
We've been making his life difficult recently, I would guess.
Perhaps cover for is a better way to put it. But yes, Kane is accurate in his assessment. For now, I am simply here to witness the rise of a new king. As monarchs from every faction of the world just typically would arrive. In fact, I believe we're still waiting on some. Well, albeit not guest of honor, those that would have a stake in the race, you could say.
Don't they need the, like, time juice that the big dragon had in order to become the king?
No, that's a dragon ability for the type of dragon, from what I understand. It's not attached to the.
Dragon Command and the Time Dragons are different.
Mirrodin would specifically chime in. He says, Dragon's command is not entirely linked to the Dragon King, although typically those that possess it rapidly rise to the station. Coincidence, not cause.
So even the dragon command.
Correlation, not causation.
So even
That's
the
what I was
dragon
going for.
command aspects is more of a feature of blood, of
It's
in a magical sense.
It's an
Yes.
Then
additional
it-
factor, not a requirement.
Think of it as like
Does-
a powerful bloodline. Family trait.
So, but I would assume the Dragon King themselves get Dragon Command by default, though.
You could say in a way.
It's more of a, I assume it's some kind of blessing from all that have Dragon Command to
Look, Zephyr,
allow it to
I'm at a mountain.
exist with the king.
Yes. It does typically, again, one way or another, find its way into the hands of the king. Whether or not it is that those who possess it become king, or those that have it give it to the king as a, I guess you could say, sign of respect. In either facet, it typically ends up at the top.
Because otherwise, dragons are pretty hard to control in general, because you're all just fighting amongst each other.
Of course, as he would look outside, as Vayu has not come inside, as he has not taken on his human form, and a full-fledged dragon would not fit inside of this particular room.
So you guys are pretty knowledgeable about dragons, right?
I would hope so.
Do you know of a dragon that has, like, no neck? That's very humanoid looking? That's got dragon head?
I can't say I have.
That doesn't sound familiar, like a description?
Do you have
Notably
any,
for you, Noboro, as you described that, would almost like cock his eye over to you. There's a hint that you would see that of recognition from Noboro. Mirrodin again says, "No, most dragons are actually known for having long necks."
I know. That's why I was curious if that description sounded like something you might know.
Maybe the dragon's overweight?
do you
I
have,
was going to say a horrible child's rendition of one, but
do you have additional details?
Freaking no, Clay's asleep right now. I was
Wait,
like, Clay, you mean
don't
like
know
this?
who I'm talking about?
I have
Just
no
makes-
idea who you're referring to.
I see this in my head. It's the time dragon,
he's talking about the Chrono Hunter.
the Chrono Hunter. Didn't you see him?
I just forgot its description.
Look,
He has
Zephyr.
no neck. He's just like a humanoid with a dragon head.
It is.
Yeah, he's
Long
kinda-
peak.
Is that what he
Stubby
actually looks
looking?
like, or just what he looked like in that iteration?
That's what he described him as. I don't know. That's what we saw.
What's this brown stuff made out of? Oh, chocolate. That's good.
He didn't have any wings, did he? He was like humanoid with a dragon head, right? Am I
No,
remembering
he has
that
wings.
He did have wings.
Yes, he did have wings. One of
I
them
made
was
2.
incredibly small, though.
This one.
So he
Big
had like.
mountain.
So what it was is a
He was
quick
like
reminder.
split in half. Like
So
an
what
adult
it-
dragon with a young dragon.
Technically, it was split up amongst many things. Like his legs, his one leg was like an adult dragon. One was like almost like a teenager. One of his arms was like that of a baby. He had a small wing and a massive wing that looked like it would have taken him off kilter. Effectively, what it was is each part of him was a different age of a dragon. His neck was supposed to represent like a baby, but because he has the adult head of a dragon and the adult like torso, the small baby-like neck would make it look like he doesn't even have one. That is what I was trying to describe.
It's got like a big wing and a small wing. That description doesn't do anything for you?
I can't say it does.
Orlaveil might know, but
I was just curious how well dragons knew about it.
If what you describe is a dragon, unfortunately, it likely would have been killed by its betters.
Oh no,
Very
not this
well.
one.
not this one.
Look,
Nope,
the
not
bones
this
are
one.
still in, and if you do this part, it looks like it's flying.
I look over to
As
the
Tiku is playing with food. Wait.
Oh, it's part of this. So this giant thing of meat. Wait, is that a dragon eating a T-Rex on it?
I thought it'd be great.
You've been a little obsessed over dinosaurs lately.
Okay, no, that's too small. The dinosaur that he described, I want to make that, but I don't have enough time. Also, I need to make a cocoa, and I don't know if that would go over very well, but that's a great idea for next time. I will make it when I go see it. I will make a life-size version, not life-size. I will make a model version.
She's not even just making the food taste good, but she's creating structures and stuff out of it and scenery. It's like a gingerbread house but with meat.
Okay.
They actually do that.
You said you wanted to go speak with somebody?
What's up? I look at Norboro and I say, do you know a dragon with no neck, a small wing, and a big wing?
I'm using magic to
Sounds fascinating.
do all the shaping and stuff too.
But no, I can't say I'm familiar.
Can I insight it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fairly certain we already know, but just to be sure. 15.
15? He is lying. But he's lying like the tells that he would be giving you would
Are
be like
obvious.
an ask me later kind of tell. Good.
I like to look at the runes with the pool and like try to use that as like some kind of trigger within my memory, trying to remember if Squawk used some type of rune rune mixing for alchemy or something.
You don't even need a memory, you already have one. I hate it so much. When he was making the Googler with the and he was working on the angel, he very much so would have used the runic language specifically to encarve runes on it. He wouldn't have been the one to infuse it. Likely worked with somebody capable of actually infusing the magic into it, into the runes themselves. But very much so, he used it to both create vessels that would be able to hold it, the Googler's body. I hate it so much.
Wouldn't it have been Ubi?
Likely. However, that particular thing wasn't in the memory. But both to create a vessel that was capable of housing the different pieces that made up that creature, and then in addition to that, as a way to, you could say, funnel. So rather than just like killing the angel that he was operating on, likely something along the lines of Tiku, whatever Tiku's magic is, but not exactly the same. He used runes as a conduit rather than the ability that was blessed, that Tiku was blessed with by the Packer.
So, effectively,
That would not be these runes, by the way. That is just
yeah.
he.
But my
used them.
effective question was, like, I understood he did runes on people to effectively make them able to host something or the other. But I understand that alchemy effectively uses magic from the materials that you use to make the alchemy. I'm specifically trying to history check did he use runes to imbue alchemy, specifically like make a potion with rune weaving, effectively kind of like the pixie you said from that other thing that made a potion that was like godlike, effectively?
Mm-hmm.
Try to see if he did anything like that to make a potion better, different, have different effects than normal alchemy normally does.
You are just describing the normal way that people make magical potions, just so you know. Like, non-alchemy, non-rune weaving, when they're making like a magical legendary potion, for example, whoever's crafting it, whether or not you had a master alchemist who was then working with a spellcaster, and they got the spellcaster to infuse said magic that they want, or if they had the ability to do it themselves and they're infusing magic into it, that's not even rune weaving. That's just how you make magical potions. You can get magical ingredients, or you can have ingredients that you yourself infuse with magic. That's part of the crafting process. So I guess the answer to your question is no?
There's a lot of different methods into making potions.
That said, I would say that you would have a good idea that it's possible.
When there's a will, there's
I
a way.
will get into the intelligence path.
Okay. One of you guys said you wanted to speak with Kirtas. Okay. Notably, as you get closer to him, the closer you get, the firmer his grip around his sword gets, despite showing no signs of waking.
I'll just keep a healthy distance of like 5 feet and then step into the pool next to him.
Okay. As you would step into the pool, his hand would almost like hit a point where it like tenses, where you can almost like see the red at his fingers, and then it would immediately like loosen to a point that it's laxed, where he wouldn't even be fully gripping it, instead resting his hand on the hilt.
Trying to kill me.
No, just a
Caution.
you could call it a defense mechanism. How can I help you? As he would now open his eyes and look at you.
I was just going to speak as our plans after this were to head to Orlaveil, and I was curious if we could get a ride or something of the like.
I'm most happy to hear you intend to accept the invitation.
Not accept, hear out. Oh, invitation, yes.
I can't imagine you'd decline, but yes, I'd be more than happy to bring you with me. Not terribly hard. I have, he would gesture to the orange dragonborn. I have a wayfarer with me. It should be easy to bring along a few guests, yes? And so the orange dragonborn, eyes also closed, would just nod.
Do I know what a wayfarer is? I assume it's just like a teleporter, but...
So between the two of you, you wouldn't even need to... A wayfarer would be people who maintain the points of teleportation outside of major cities. Specifically, their job would be concerning inner city travel via magic, because it is something that needs to be managed in order to keep security high within different cities. So by him calling him the Wayfarer would mean this is the guy that is responsible for basically magical travel in and out of Orlaveil.
And I assume wayfarers are neutral by their job description. Or they...
Depends on the city.
It's like they try to be neutral.
That would be accurate. However, there is no neutral parties in Orlaveil.
Okay. What is the deal, assuming you know it, that he wants to propose to us?
Of course, I know.
Merely so we can discuss it beforehand and be prepared.
Do you know, or do you, like, kinda know?
I know enough that's supposed to get you interested. He offers help. Your plight to upseed the current incorrect rules, laws. There are misgivings and compromises that were made that he wishes to see corrected.
And what is his plan for Tiamat?
That you would have to ask him. But, and as his hand would again tighten around his blade, he says, I personally only see one option.
That's all I want.
Maybe again, loosen his hand.
I never.
I love that you're just like,
Why is that all?
I mean, I turned it on because I was initially going to get into the intelligence path, but while I'm in this path, I'm actually going to try to be working on something that I've been thinking about.
Wait.
So what I'm currently
so
work
this
on
is
something
like
in the back.
this is like a 30 to 45 minute time period before dinner. This isn't like downtime.
It's
Just so you know.
a very short period.
By which you would also have no tools to work on.
Are they normal baths or are they hot baths? Like hot tubs?
No,
They're
they're
hot tubs.
all hot. They're very much so. They're not even warm. They're hot.
They're probably uncomfortably hot.
Very much so.
Nah.
Not for you.
I was gonna say,
not
that
for
feels great.
Not for the two of you, but for like the rest of you. Yes, these would be like mom's showers.
Like 115 degrees.
I like how you reference it that way.
I'm talking to him. He knows.
Like I had no clue.
They're like
My mom comes out of the shower.
10-degree
Literally,
showers.
like her whole body is red.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's-
I can
Her
just,
skin is red. She looks like a tomato when she comes out of the shower. It is so absurd how hot my mom likes baths.
I can tell
and
you-
showers.
She has a jacuzzi tub and she can set the temperature. She sets it to 104 degrees.
That's not that bad.
That's actually not that bad. Her showers are hot.
It's pretty warm, but the showers are worse. It's
not,
like 110.
not when you compare it to her
I
showers.
literally burned myself in that water.
She likes very, very hot baths. These would be very, very hot baths to the
like
point where it's
boiling a
like
frog.
borderline burn you, except for you two, which in this case, it would be very nice. What is it you were trying to think about for the 40 minutes that you have in this pool?
So, Roger's been thinking. Alchemy. Effectively, it takes too long for short intervals. For instance, this would be triggered by he wants a water breathing potion. That would take me a week to make, but what if he needed to do it tomorrow? So here's the idea. Similar to how he does formulas, to make a specific potion like water breathing, but lessen the amount of time it takes to make it to like a day, for instance, for a water breathing potion, but to have the drawbacks kind of like a formula, so that, for instance, you would be able to breathe underwater and make it in a day, but the drawback is during that time frame you couldn't breathe air, for just hypothetical.
Razu is thinking in the bath, is what this comes out to. You do not have the tools nor the means at this exact moment to be working on this.
You just need someone
As
that has
you're,
the
again-
fabricate spell, and that has the skills to be able to use alchemy tools.
The nature of these baths is that you're taking a short rest in them, by the way, to get the effects. Slightly condensing it just for the sake of this narratively, but typically you have to take a short rest in these baths to actually gain the effects of these baths.
Deep in thought.
Razu is deep in thought. Like many people when they take baths, actually.
There's an
Most people are just
entire subreddit called
decompressing
shower thoughts.
from work and like thinking about their lives, and
Hopefully
he's-
all happy things.
He's just working.
I murder people.
He's just a working man who comes to the end of the day and he's like, alchemy.
more work.
Okay, I assume no other conversations are going to be looked to be had. There we go.
We're just working on this monstrosity of a meal for people.
Okay, are you actually making anything unique, or are you just making everything?
Oh, we're making something
exotic?
unique. I just don't know if it has any effects.
That's what I meant.
Just to remember, I did drink the clay beacon wine, as I'm curious.
Okay, the Clay Beekman's wine is delicious. It's a sweeter wine.
I would say
Really?
if Clay gets up, he probably tries the wine too. Right?
I think we should leave that to
That's something you might want to ask him, because I think he might try it, because if he's going to like allow this to stick around, he's probably going to like
While I
wanna test
agree,
himself.
it has things attached to it. So for
Yeah.
that, we are not going to make the decision for him.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying like
We'll
need to
let
bring
him
that to
decide.
later.
As of right now, he is going to be at minimum late to dinner, possibly miss dinner, sleeping in the bath. Don't miss sessions. It is what it is.
Sublime vision.
He's really tired for some reason.
Lightning has just struck his brain.
Zephyr. I think that's everything.
Okay,
I'm gonna be cooking with.
So- for those of you that would have actually short rested, which in this case again I'm condensing it slightly just for the narrative purposes. But if you would have actually bathed before dinners, you would get the effects of the pools that you chose to do. I heard intelligence, charisma, and I think also charisma. And then I have Clay in the charisma bath as well.
We are doing
Did you two?
special effects.
Are you guys also planning on bathing before, or are you just full cooking all the way till?
Full cooking.
Okay. Well, obviously we're doing effects because she has me in there doing magic shit. So
Which effects?
Okay, so you two would not be taking a bath before
Yeah.
the dinner then, so you would not gain the effects of the pool. What are you doing to the food?
Making a meat mountain.
but like he needs to know what special things you want to do to the
You
food.
can also describe it if you want to.
Yeah,
But the impactful thing is I need to know if it has any effects attached to it.
Yeah,
The
figure out the
creature.
effects first, and then we'll describe what it does.
It's cool.
We'll explain as we put it on the table.
Depending on what you decided to do as well, you may not have to consume your own materials.
I assume we're cooking with their materials.
As long as you're not like telling me you're cooking angel, yeah.
I'm cooking fresh bane specifically from the left chest.
They don't happen to have like wyvern or dragon or something.
Very much so, actually.
That's what we're cooking.
Pick a color.
Their own people. She
What do you wanna
always
cook with,
trying
dear?
to cook people's own people.
We're gonna cook with
Dragon wouldn't even be that weird of a meal.
Black.
To dragons or humans.
Black.
It'd be very
you want
exotic,
black?
but
no.
that would actually be something that
That's
could
like
just be
acid.
happen. It'd be like a king's meal. Very, very high, like biggest offering you could give.
Red? I don't know. Which one do you want?
Purple.
For what it's worth, I can tell you that per the nature of how long this lasts, probably won't be effective or probably won't be utilized.
Right.
I mean, just pick a color.
Just pick red. That's fine.
But they're pink.
That's a shade of red.
Is there a term at this?
I believe that would just be a red dragon in terms of stat block.
Zephyr's over
No,
here.
it's
She's like,
purple.
it's
no,
red.
I'm gonna say no. 'Cause
It's-
you know what I would put a pink dragon as? I put it as a fey dragon. I'm gonna say
fey
no to it.
dragon. Pixie dragon?
You know, it's light. No, it's not
Purple.
pink. It's light red. Yeah, we have a word for that. Pink.
Purple.
Purple.
All right.
The
Purple would be doable.
reference go hard.
Okay. With that, you said you're preparing a meat mountain. You can describe what you're
So-
actually preparing.
It is Lone Peak. It is a meat mountain of Lone Peak. And it has have you ever seen those things where they like burn the paper away and it reveals the food inside?
paper?
Yeah. So it's a dragon flash paper and you burn it and then it's meat and then it's Lone Peak. But then it has goblets around in the mountain that are of Clay Bickman's wine.
And
when
like
you
little
burn it,
rivers,
and little rivers, and it catches them all on fire.
and they just stay lit.
And they steal it.
Are you making multiple of these, or are you just making like a massive one?
Massive.
Massive one.
No, there's two. There's a minier one, but it does not do the firelight thing. It just like erupts, and it's a chocolate dessert one.
It's a good thing you have a lot of help.
Yep. That's why we justified it.
Okay, as
We got
Tiku,
magic. It's fine.
as Tiku is preparing her meat Lone Peak, as well as Small Peak.
Yeah, you want to make a roll for survival?
You do need to roll for the actual cooking.
Imagine she
And
gets a nat
slide
one,
in.
She
and
also
everyone
has-
gets poisoned.
She also has me doing magic shit to it.
Is there
So-
like a sleight of hand for trying to like?
No, funnily enough, Tiku is incredibly good at cooking. She's not that good at making custom cakes. However, the members that are here to help are very good. They are literally craftsmen and artisans. They are incredibly. This is
Tiku's
the
got the
most-
vision, she don't got the skill.
She just puts a blob. Lone Peak. Yeah.
it's help. It's help.
Grabs a dragon claw, stabs it on top. Dragon!
I'm a little more sophisticated. I know how the bones work. I can make it fly.
Oh yeah, and you're a part of it. You just
21.
need help to make it look masterful.
For whatever Arcana stuff I'm doing.
Survival.
27.
Okay. Easily enough. For the sake of the food, just in case you ever get Purple Dragon again, it's resistance to lightning and thunder damage, as well as a temporary +1 to Constitution. as you effectively double successed. You pass 2 of them. But that is what your purple dragon would be.
And just +1 to Constitution stat, not
Base
the...
score. Base score. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
have
yeah,
an
yeah.
odd number, you get +1. If you
Yeah.
don't, it does.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. So make sure.
But just with that, as you guys would finish up your baths as well as preparing food, a few other tables would have been brought out as they were continuing to prepare. There's still the 2 main tables, one of which is specifically set up for your guys' group. Your family would accompany you at this table. That would be those in attendance. Vayu would take on his human form, dragonoid human form. He still has wings, as well as a very much so. He looks like a very draconic dragonborn, much more exaggerated features on him. But Vayu, Mirden, and Yorthus would be those that would actually be joining you at the table. None of your other siblings would actually be in attendance from your family. And then Kirktis would sit at the table. Noboro, now confirmed, would sit at the table, as well as 2 other individuals that would have arrived towards the tail end of this. I'm actually going to have them introduce themselves. So 2 other individuals who sit at the table with you. One of
they
which
look like?
one of which is a very regal human. Very fine, slicked silver hair. It looks like it was likely black at some point, but rather than going white, has gone silver with age. Very wrinkled face. His eyes almost like seem permanently squinted from the wrinkles that kind of like bunch up under his eyes. Very much so you can see the veins on his hands. He's wearing red and purple robes, has golden chains, a golden chain necklace, rings full of different gemstones, as well as what appears to be a very fine leather, like an exotic leather belt with a golden buckle on the front that kind of brings his robe to a close at his waist. He's wearing a light tunic that you can see underneath it, a little bit of brown on it. Or with a little bit of a light brown color to it. Sorry, I can't speak. And then he also has 2 moon earrings. The tip of the crescent moon's actually pierced through his ear. So rather than like hanging down, it actually pulls or falls from his ears. Learnid would introduce himself as soon as he would come to sit down. He says, "It is a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Learnid. I have not had the chance to make your acquaintance. I hail from much further south than I believe any of you have been. I am a king from Lagrotos. It is a pleasure to make the trek here." As he would sit afar from you. He's a human.
From where?
The
Continent
He's from a different continent.
to the south of here.
Lagrotos is bottom left corner.
He looks very foreign.
Yes.
the hills next to Lone Peak are made of mashed potatoes, and they have little nuggets.
I thought you were talking about like actually. No, they're not. They're dirt and rock and mud.
But they're dino nuggets, but they look like real dinosaurs. There's a couple cartoon ones on there though, that Tiku made herself.
Okay. Sorry, I got kicked out of. Got kicked out of World Anvil for a moment. Whatever. The other individual, the dwarf, is about 4 feet tall. Bit pudgy. He's a little rotund, wearing what is a fine iron belt that looks a little uncomfortable, and his clothes look like almost like a mash between royal garb and armor. Rather than having like a tunic beneath his beneath his outfit, he has a chain linked shirt, and then again, it's hard to. It's like a very thin line of robe to actual armor. It's like a mix between a robe and a scale mail that is somehow been put together in what is overall a very masterful way. The colors on this one would be red and a deep black. I don't know what the color is.
Vanta black?
Yes, like phantom black.
Vanta. V-A-N-T-A.
My bad. Vanta black. It is a very, very deep black that is also not just a color. It is stone that has actually been almost ground into dust and then used in the construction of whatever this, again, hybrid scale mail regal clothing is. He has a large hammer at his side, large to him. And then on the other, he has what appears to be masonry tools. So he's got a hammer as well as a chisel that are just slotted into his belt on his left.
If anyone doesn't know what Vanta Black is, Google that shit. It looks this would look
so
crazy. There's no depth perception on this stuff. You don't
the
see
outfit
shadows
itself-
or shades. It just looks like a void.
It's a really cool color.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, this is what Votriac stone looks like. We'll even say that with your history study that you've done.
Sorry, I never thought of it that way. That'd be crazy. Like you're like at the volcano, and it's just this void in the background, effectively.
Yes.
Sailing at night, you just look over and just the stars just vanish, and you're just like, oh gosh.
Death is coming for me.
A little bit of context there is... Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I got kicked out of D&D Beyond and I had to sign back in for some reason.
You go out in the middle of the night and just look. You're like, you go walk outside your house and it's like it just looks like you're gonna fall.
Votriac.
Darkness.
Votriac is Calasmere. Northern corner of it. The Votriac Waste is top left of Calasmere, and we'll say with how studious you are, you would recognize his garb to be specific to that of Votriac.
Okay.
I just need someone from
I do have to ask a question. Because you can't tell shadows with Vanta Black. Can you shadow jump?
No.
So the whole area you can't shadow jump because you can't tell the shadows from the non-shadows.
They would still cast shadows.
You wouldn't see the shadows.
It depends on if
That's
it's
true, actually,
entirely
because it
Vanta
would-
Black.
You would see it on like
the
maybe
vegetation and stuff.
there
you'd
would
see
be
it on
rocks.
it.
if
stuff.
there's vegetation.
Yeah,
There'd
if
be
there's
rocks.
any
But if
vegetation.
but all the rocks would be.
If it's pure Vanta Black,
I think that's the idea.
that would be
Okay. Hypotheticals to be damned.
I just had this thought. I'm like, wait a second, you can't see shadows.
The
on Vanta
vegetation,
Black.
it's like volcanic rock, so it's gonna have vegetation.
It's volcanic rock that is almost like a devoid of color kind of black.
Yeah.
Is the whole idea
So
here.
you would
Isn't
still
that the
see it from
area
like
that
the
was
trees and stuff.
ruled by fire giants in our first campaign?
Yes.
It's not ruled by fire giants. Fire giants
That's where we
lived there and had a
found them.
kingdom there.
Yes.
However, it was ruled by the dwarves, and then the giants were underground.
Hey,
Oh, they
wait.
definitely
So
They
spoilers.
did
You're
have
telling
a
us the
kingdom,
giants
but-
no longer have a kingdom now.
They did
In the
have
case, this was way before. Back on track. We can talk about that after
Okay.
session.
That's where Rudolph is from.
That is where Rudars is from. That is a tie-in for this campaign. That is legitimately the area that Rudars is from. Okay, with that, this individual would move over to the table. He would nod to the human king that you had just introduced himself, Lirnid.
Lirnid?
Yes, so Lirnid, Lirnid. And then he would introduce himself as Guzin.
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 No L.
Guzin. Guzin. Guzin introduced himself. It's good to meet you again, my friend. And as he would hold out his hand, he would clasp the forearm of Leonid. And turning to you, he says, "And it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well. I hail from Votriac, Calasmere specifically. I'm the son of the king. While His Highness could not attend today, I was asked to attend in his stead. For what it's worth, she will show full support for any decision you look to make. Theric has spoken highly on your behalf, specifically of you two. With that,
Yeah.
Your grandma's doing some work.
This is his handiwork.
it looks as if it is. With that, you can tell his gaze keeps kind of like glancing towards one of the spots that has just a large, like more so keg with a handle.
Leonid
That
is
is-
from Lagros, right?
Yes, Leonid is from the Grottos. Okay, and then so those are the other two individuals that are joining you at your table specifically. So you got Leonid, Guzin, Kirktus, yourselves, Mirden, and then
Vayu and Yorthas.
Vayu and Yorthas. That is the individuals at your table.
Oh,
The
wait.
other...
Naboro's not there?
Noboro is also at your table. I apologize. I did not list him just barely, but I did list him earlier. Noboro is also joining you at your table. The other table is, while you would not, the majority of you would not recognize any individuals at this table, you would recognize quite a few high-ranking members of the Golden Scales. Those that are important enough to be in a meeting like this, but also not Yorthas or any of your direct family members that actually fully run things. There is one additional table. The other tables kind of spread out behind you. That's where the rest of these members sit. They almost, again, seem almost like servant tables, but still in the same room, not to be entirely separated. And then there is one unique table that is prepared. The table is in oval with just one chair, as well as it is clear that the silverware, the cutlery, and everything on his table is entirely made of gold. The chalice seems to be that of gold.
I feel like the whole
Plate,
room is so
everything.
gold. Like,
There is
so much
a
gold.
lot of gold, but it is a notable difference even from your own table to theirs. As like your plates, for example, would still be like almost like glass or stone plates. Everything at that table is specifically set to almost look a little bit better. There's a little bit more gold. It's a little bit more ostentatious, you could say. But as everyone actually starts to get seated,
Now that we're actually seated down, I would turn to Mirrodin. So, any word on Alicia? I haven't been able to determine anything in her regard.
yes, that might want to wait till after dinner, though. There's a very clear sign of worry behind that. With that, as everyone actually is seated, the door at that would go to the third floor. So this would be the left side of the room to you guys. As Tigu would kind of finish prepping everything out and preparing it all, Mirrodin himself would get up to actually get a serving to bring it over to that singular table rather than letting someone else prepare it. Sorry. And then a familiar figure would exit from the top of the stairs. Very familiar to you, although all of you have met him. As a quick reminder, Orlaveil's human form is that of a brown, a deep brown, almost...
Simone?
Yes, that is exactly what the color is. A very Samoan kind of feel to him. He's got long black dreadlocks and is just adorned in gold. Including his robe this time. Before he had worn almost like a combination of colors to complement each other. Now he is in a full golden robe, open chest with a golden, I don't know what it's called, but like the Egyptian almost like plate necklaces.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, but
I don't know what they're called, but you get the image. He's wearing one of those necklaces, rings adorned on all four of his fingers, up save his thumb. Although both of his thumbs have what appears to, it almost looks like just the thumb of a gauntlet. And on both hands there is almost like a gauntlet, specifically for his thumbs, that come down to his wrist, which then blends into a bracelet on both sides. He has golden bracers as his robe cuts off just at the elbow. The bracers come up just before the forearm ends. And he's wearing golden sandals, which look mighty uncomfortable. Even as he walks down the stairs, you almost get like the tink, tink as he steps on the stone staircase coming down to the main floor. As soon as he reaches to the bottom of the stairs, everyone almost like kind of quiet down a little bit. And he says, "Don't quiet on my account, friends. This is a celebration. Please continue to eat and dine. All serious talk must wait until after the feast." As he would step towards that singular oval table, still close enough to your guys' table to very easily be within talking distance. Those three tables specifically are kind of separated from the rest.
Tiku rolls in the mountain dragon.
She literally isn't even visible behind it. You just see it moving.
As you roll in your creation, you'd be met with very loud cheer. I was kind of trying with a fancier way to say it. Couldn't. You were met with a very loud cheer.
But you were going to say a polite applause. I was like, oh.
No, it's not a polite. It is a
jubilant
very
cheer.
A jubilant cheer is a great way to say it. Orlaveil himself also clapping, as you can hear almost like the cling of his rings as he claps, and he says, "Beautiful, Tiku, beautiful. I do hope it tastes as good as it looks."
Tiku walks around and gives him, or actually, she like gives him the part where he's supposed to light it.
He says, will you do the honors?
I would love to. He looks to Mirden, who's sitting standing to the side, has been in a low bow since he got to the table.
Kane has been doing the same.
He would reach out and place his hand on Mirden's shoulder. Mirden would stand up and then take his hand and kiss the top of it. He says, "Please, Mirden, enjoy your dinner. And you as well, Kane. Feel free to seat. I will come and say hi shortly. For now, it seems I have a great honor to do." As he would start to cut out a piece of the food. Notably for you, you're very used to like a tribe in this case, which is what you would kind of equate this to. You're used to a tribe's giving offering to the one at the top, or the dragon in this case, especially as you know he is one. So it would take Tiku back as he would take his first serving, and he would walk to the farthest table in the room. With one of again would appear to be more of like a servant, and he would serve them, and then he would walk back, and Orlaveil would be the one to actually start and go through and serve everyone in the room.
I meant light the dragon, but yeah.
I cast a message to him. I cast a message and I say,
She meant she wants you to light the fire on the thing to catch it on fire.
That's higher misunderstanding.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't think you would have known that. He does that after the dragon.
Yes, that would be afterwards. I apologize. Hiram definitely forgot about the flash paper dragon.
By the way, the necklace is in Usek. Usek. It's like a guttural H at the end. Usek. Yeah, something like that.
He's wearing an usak.
It sounds cool.
It's called. I like it. Okay, so yes, he would ignite the dragon.
Then
In
do
fact,
that.
I would say that would actually have prompted the initial very uproarious applause. Then he would go through and actually serve everyone. That's my bad. I totally forgot about that part. Okay,
I put in all this effort.
that's my bad. I had a
No,
lot
no,
of
it's
things
good,
in my mind. For you, Tiku, as you bringing it to him, and again, used to cooking and serving people yourself, he would come up to you and says, "Please, Tiku, take a seat. It is my responsibility as the host to ensure everyone is served."
Okay.
I just want to add just a little bit. Just Kane is just beaming. it's like a. I knew I loved this man.
Zephyr comes out of the kitchen, gets to his seat. He's just covered in just various splatter of blood and organs and stuff.
As soon as
He goes to sit down and just prestidigitations. It's all gone.
you can clearly see, and this is to all of you, as soon as you walked in, there's like a motion of Orlaveil thinking about doing the same thing, but gives you a chance to clean yourself up. And when you do, a notable almost like tick looking at you dirty goes away as he serves the rest of the room. With that, he serves your table last. Despite very clearly being at the table of the most important people in the room, you are the last to actually be served. But as soon as he actually serves the rest of the room, Orlaveil would start to bring... he goes, from what you can tell, Orlaveil serves the lowest ranked person in the room first. So as he had gone through to the point of a younger child who was here with their parents assisting with this dinner, being the first to be served, as he would come to you, noteworthy, he would serve you guys before he would serve the kings. But upon actually coming to your table...
Who does he serve first out of us 6 or 5?
So
You're probably last. I understand that.
So I actually do know the answer to this. The answer is...
probably me and Kayla first. 'cause
The answer-
I'm youngest in the group, I think.
So the answer here is technically Clay would be served first. It'd be Clay, then Razu. It'd be Clay, then Razu, then Gurgle, then Zephyr, then Kane, then Tiku.
I assume he comes for food.
We're gonna say yes. It just doesn't make sense to sleep through it, but he's
here.
very like
gonna
he's
play
focused on the wine. He's like, I don't know how to
Focus on the
feel
wine.
about this.
I assume he's smoozing around with business deals and stuff.
Yes, that's actually a great way to. That's a great thing we're gonna say. He's carousing to see if he trusts the golden scales to work with. Whether or not he decides to collapse the empire and then give it to them, or if they're gonna help him. He is judging.
Like he probably doesn't
and building relationships.
He probably doesn't spend much time at the table. He's probably like eats a little food and then goes and like starts talking with people.
That's a great idea. That is what he's doing. Even if he normally would be involved in this conversation, that is what he's doing. But yes, that is the order that he would serve you. It would be, again, Clay, Razu, Gurgle, Zephyr, Tiku. Kane, Tiku.
Kiku doesn't think about it very much.
Then, for what it's worth, in order of the other attendees, just in case you want to know his level of respect for them, the first individual that he would serve...
Learned?
no.
Learned? Sorry.
I'm more curious about
It
the
is-
second to last person to be served.
He serves Guzin first, then he serves Leonid, then he serves... apologies. He spends Guzin, Leonid... I'm missing somebody.
Wait a second.
Gordtad?
Nabora.
Wait a
Oh,
second.
no.
Your brothers?
The individual...
Vayu?
Yorthus is who I was missing.
Okay.
He would have served Yorthus very first at the table. That is who I was missing, and it was throwing me off because I knew somebody else was sitting at the table.
So,
amongst the kings, it would be Guzin, Leonid, then Naboro.
But Tiku got served?
Yes.
Tiku got
Already?
served after
Before the
Kane,
king.
which would mean that in your guys' party, Tiku is currently the highest ranked among them.
I'm
and then
just
the
saying,
last person to be
Tiku
served,
kind of is the highest ranked person altogether right now.
and then even above the kings, Mirrodin would then be served, and then Vayu would be served last at your table.
The brothers.
Yes, the Kane's two older brothers at the table would be the last to be served. Yes, his two brothers. Apologies.
Good thing Tiku's not a tyrant, because she'd be like, what is this like to serve me before the others?
But that is just to say, in terms of whatever it is his ranking is, that is how he serves each of you.
I do wait to eat until everyone's served.
Okay, the kings would as well, which again would be in contrast to what you guys would know, even for you, Zephyr, even for what you would know from like Votriak. It is still not intuitive that he would wait to eat. It seems that they have a deep, at least a good enough understanding of Orlaveil that they also follow what is his practice.
His brother.
Mirrodin or Vayu?
Vayu's the
was
dragon.
Vayu the one that made mad, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Vayu.
Did he wait?
Yes,
okay.
everyone at
Make
the
sure.
king's table waits. However, worth noting, the rest of the room actually does start to eat immediately. This table is the only table that waits.
Zephyr just needs to know that.
Kiku is waiting
He's
for
judging
Oliver.
that man.
I mean, to be fair, he's the last person to get served.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
no, technically Orlaveil is.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
Orlaveil would then
He's only got to wait like 30 seconds.
serving Vayu and then taking a serving himself. Orlaveil would sit down and says, "Now, first off, again, it is my greatest honor that you would grace me again with your presence. It's good to have you home, Kane." Worth noting, when he served Kane, he would have done the same thing, where he placed his arm on your shoulder. And I assume, following what Mirrodin did,
Yes.
you would also kiss the back of his hand.
Yeah.
Just for the rest of you. For how
It's
that
been a
worked.
while, hasn't it? How many years now?
He gets like a mischievous smile and he says, "It's been some time, for sure." With that said, the exact amount, hard to quantify.
I need to know exact time so I can
How about
for my timeline.
Ballpark?
In the middle of a huge
Would
dining
ball-
room?
I'm joking. I'm joking. That was Trinity talking.
Estimates, it doesn't matter.
That was Trinity talking
ballpark
afterwards.
Is baseball.
Yeah.
This is well for you, Kane. Obviously, it hasn't been as long. However, for the rest of you, if you're trying to gauge when, the Dragon Wars happened and when things started. In just over 2 millennia. Give or take. For
That
a
was
few
my
decades.
That's good to know.
You look well, considering. As he would look to himself, and again, last time you guys saw him, he was a dragon very much so in like his teenage to almost like young adult is what he looked like. And now, even in his human form, it is very clear that this is like he looks like probably like a 40, 50-year-old individual, to the point that he himself even still has some wrinkles across his hands, across his face, where like clearly almost like stress marks that have permanently embedded themselves in his face. But that is not important. First off, the matter that I know you must be the most interested in. 2 of them. Your investment is growing nicely. They do take quite a long time to actually start to bear fruits, but
2 millennia.
we clap his hands together, and a group of half-elves, 4 half-elves, would bring out on a platter what appears to be almost a pile. It looks like a pile of scales, but they're very clearly different types of dragonstone. There's titanium. There is both white and blue dragonstone in here. I really need to just name the third one something else and have dragonstone, titanium, and the third one. I haven't done it yet. But there's a small pile of scales, not an extreme amount, barely enough to make like maybe a single piece of armor, not even a set.
You could just go match his height.
So unoriginal. They would bring it and they would set it down in front of the table for you guys. Worth noting, Guzin would like wide-eyed at this plate as it's brought to your table, and Leonid would also note, like, it would draw his attention. Clearly not the same level of investment, but as it would be set down, he says, "This is about a third of what we have currently. A gift for your arrival. I assume either Gergo or... but if you wish someone else as well would like to use it, I have made the forge ready outside if you wish to do that before you leave. But, again, that is the beginning part. The more important to me is he would reach into his robes and he would pull out your grandfather's journal. Or it would be more accurate to say your grandfather's spell, as that is what this was woven into. He says, I do have to let you know before I give this back. This is dangerous, and I don't just mean to the gods.
That is an old book.
It's got preservation magic.
He would set it down at the edge of the table. He has kept the book extraordinarily pristine, considering it's been millennia. Setting the book
It's
down at the
magic
end of the
preservation
table.
on it, yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't even think I'm fully ready to cast it, and I'm pretty sure I could feel the... When I was messing around with it a little bit ago, I could feel it was on the edge of doing something that I didn't know what it was going to do, but it was going to be something.
No, I'm glad you didn't go through with it. From what I can tell, this is... He would look to the kings in attendance with you as well, with what I would describe as like a knowing glance. This is not only capable of killing gods, as you know. In addition to that, it is, let's say it comes at a cost.
To the caster?
To those involved, the more involved in the song, the story, the dance, the more likely it is to succeed. However, if it does not succeed, you could say it backfires. Yes, I'm sure you can imagine the backfire on a spell capable of killing a god is, let's say, detrimental, to say the least. And for you, therefore, so I believe you would be, and you kind of tap on the book, he says, I believe you would be the main catalyst for this, although both Gargo and Kane's delves into magic, the old magic, I believe would be necessary to assist. You would likely deal with the brunt of the blowback if this is to go south.
It's definitely something I accept. It's what I'm here for. I'm effectively a magical engine
Is there
Well, I
not-
mean, if it's gonna kill you, though, maybe we only use it as like a last resort. You know?
Emphasis on it. Can kill you.
Is there a way to divert not diffuse the burden?
Of course. That is why I said the more involved, the higher chances of success, and the more split up the penalty would be. What you got to you?
Are you gonna eat that? Do you not like it?
Oh no, I fully intend on trying it at least. As he would start to eat some of it.
Seeing that Tiku's like a little offended.
Talk about my grandpa, sister. It's not the time.
It's visiting there. It's gonna get cold.
It's like it's dinner. It's exactly the time.
I assumed we were like eating as we're
You
talking.
would be picking at it. For the sake of this, we could say that he wasn't, and he starts to.
Tiku
As
slowly
soon as
starts
you say that,
eating after
though,
he
As
eats.
soon as you say that, you would almost like kind of running his hand over it. You would watch the meat start to steam. Very clearly heated up, and he says, "To be fair, I don't usually have to focus entirely on the food, because it doesn't really go cold for me. But manners."
Is it good?
He would start to eat. Does he like it? We're rolling for this. I mean, just odds or evens. He would eat it, and he would, again, a deep but also still that same mischievous smile that you, from when you had first interacted with him.
Is he lying?
Which is, again, when he, your first interaction being when you were fighting the Rhino Dragon? Yeah. Go ahead and insight check him.
May I as well?
Yeah.
Dragon. The dragon.
Natural 20 for a natural 30.
Right.
It's beastly.
20.
What does Tiku interpret that? Like, what does that mean? Is that a good term or a bad term?
You can text me because I will not tell them if he's lying. I'm just curious myself.
Tiku is actively inciting him. I know she's doing this. I know why she's doing this.
You can insight him.
Jeez. We all rolled ridiculously high for this. All three of us.
The
you
important
get?
things. Does he like the food?
What'd you get, Gurgle?
I rolled 24.
This is important.
Sorry.
This is important, but yeah, it's important to me as Tiku.
Hope this guy's really good at effing lying.
Maybe he loves it.
25.
25. Okay. He seems to be telling the truth. The large part of the mischievous is again a quick reminder. All of his teeth come down to canines, and so even as he shows his mouth, he looks like he's gonna eat you. That's the easiest way to describe it. But he seems genuine, and beastly does seem to be a compliment.
I know you like sweets. I also made a sweet one.
I'm most excited for dessert then.
Okay.
To finish this, though, is again kind of like drawing attention back to the book. So, the burden would be spread out amongst you, both in the casting, the result, and potentially the penalty. And I would highly recommend never attempting this unless you have sufficiently weakened the individual you plan to cast it on. It is a bit of an open-ended ending. This story of the end of a god, or if used
Or a dragon.
if used correctly, modified as you would need to, the end of anyone. You could write this story. In fact, and this is, I hope you all trust each other, for if any one of you was able to even circumnavigate or construe the results of this spell, it is, let's say it'd be easy that if the 6 of you were to cast it, and one of you managed to slip in a slight change to the story, maybe one of you doesn't make it to the end.
I trust everyone here with my life.
You would need to.
How are the princes or the kings?
Could you
reacting?
hypothetically separate an entity within an entity if two entities were like kind of conjoined?
Hypothetically, if I'm not mistaken, Razu's father did that, in a way.
Well, I'm
Even
saying-
split their essence.
Well, I'm saying with the spell, could you destroy a half of an entity while leaving the other half?
I have not fought to try. I will be
pretty
fully honest and say I have
It's probably a
utilized
pretty
this
dumb.
magic more than once now.
It's
It is potent and powerful.
From what I understand, you're
It's a
just
delicate
effectively
process.
rewriting reality. Almost anything's possible.
It's a delicate process.
It is.
When souls are intertwined like that, it can get messy. And usually they're not whole anymore if you separate them for their parts.
It's like
My
removing
simple-
conjoined twins.
Yeah.
My simple answer to you, Gurgle. The more specific the story, the greater the cost of the spell, both in execution as well as result. An open-ended story that results in someone dying at the end, fairly open-ended, while it's more likely to go through, you could say. Perhaps the spell interprets it differently than you. They simply die at the end of the story. Is it from old age? Is it from your battle? Wounds from it? Do they get sick? Does an apple fall from a tree, somehow killing them? You have to be slightly specific with your story, but you can't be too specific, because again, the more specific you get, the harder the spell becomes to cast.
To the point where it could potentially become impossible.
Correct.
You can't have any plot holes,
So-
Gurgle.
So you know how like rune magic kind of has like an effect on like normal things that we do? Like if I tried to rune magic a firebolt, it'd probably end up differently than if I just used a firebolt.
It would be less effective if you're going for the effect of firebolt, from what I understand. Magic, as us wizards know it, is practical magic. Magic that has been refined and sped up for efficiency, but weakened. So you may get a stronger hit, but at the cost of time.
Control and time, yeah. But my point is that like the magic that we use, like firebolt, like I use this all the time, is a more efficient, more controlled version of what could be cast if I were to utilize the rune version of what a firebolt would be. I don't even know what that would look like.
Oh.
But in concept, right?
Learned is actually the one that chimes in here. He says, you have a basic understanding, but you don't seem to understand the purpose of it exactly. And apologies if this isn't correct, but from my understanding of the ancient magic, think of it as the way that you would be used to casting magic. It is quicker, more efficient, but less potent. Think of it like perhaps a story. If you had a full book, as he would hold his hand out, an illusion would appear of a book in his hand. He says, you have a full story, and he starts to kind of flip through the pages. You can convey so many things, so many perspectives, the impact of the people in your story. Everything is much more to the individual, or in this case, to the magic. But you also, for many cases, you don't have time to read a book. The illusion would disappear, and instead he would have a paper in his hand. This is a notice of a war. Instead of detailing every single fight, every single casualty, instead just gives you the cliff notes, the important bits. This ancient magic is the book. The magic that we know today is the much more condensed and albeit still effective for what it is. But many people don't have an hour to cast a simple firebolt, for example.
Right. The reason I was asking the question, though, is if every spell that we know of was derived from this more primal source of magic,
The origin.
does that mean that there exists a primal source of every spell that we know?
Of course. It is,
And if
as
that
I
is
mean,
the case,
it's the same source.
Zephyr said, it is an origin. It is simply how you utilize the magic. Effectively, do you want to use it more in a extended and potent use, or a quick yet still effective?
so is what my grandpa created then, Mr. Orlaveil, a weird version of the wish spell?
I think it's more proper to say the wish spell is as the most practical version of using the origin.
I feel like it's more like power word death or power word kill than that.
I feel like it'd be more like
But-
the wish spell. 'Cause you could
No.
wish to unmake somebody.
The
right?
answer to your
No,
question,
I think it's
Gargo,
more powerful.
Wizards spend their entire lifetime to acquire the ability to rewrite reality in practical ways, usable ways, effectively. The runic magic on its own is the closest us wizards typically experiment with is the wish spell. That is just the essence of runic magic in its entirety, from what I can comprehend.
the answer, though, in the way that you're asking, but also in support of what Zephyr is saying, it is not the wish spell. The wish spell is more limited than what this can do.
Right.
It is if you were able to combine the wish spell with power word kill, with modify earth, with... He has created something that is, or easiest way to say it, is a culmination of magic. If I were to put it in terms, this would be this would easily... If you were somehow to cast this instantly, this would likely be even above the 10th level magic that we hear of that the gods of magic can use, supposedly. It is, that is to say, not all magic can be condensed into the instant spell casting that we know today.
Right.
So,
I understand
and,
that
and
portion.
and to give you an example, I'm going to bring up my spell book. I'm going to have him look at it. But now look at it as if it's... Look at the designs and stuff of the spell, because all spells do have some level of runes on them. And he's like, now look at this as if they were your runic magic. There's probably elements that you'll notice in there.
I just wonder, what's the baseline of what you created? How do you even come up with something like this?
I would love to know that. I have millennia of experience researching as you would start to look about the manor, likely to the different rooms and the knowledge that's available to him. Researching and practicing magic. In fact, as he would just gesture at Learman next to you, he says, a fellow wizard also enthralled in his pursuit of the arcane.
Is
Neither of us have even, we can't even understand where your grandfather came up with the baseline for this.
I have a question. Is there a patron of the weave? Not really a god of it, but a fundamental being.
Similar to the Gravekeeper.
Yes. Could your grandfather have followed this thing? I assume there's would have to be something.
There is signs that pieces of the origin have broken. And in some cases, supposedly, they can gain sentience. If one of those was to gain sentience and to make contact with someone here, yes, that would be something.
I mean, this
Akin
is
to, but also above a god, in the sense that we know.
and this is just pure speculation. I'm just entertaining the thought for just to try to think where your grandfather could have come up with that. Maybe he just had a spark of inspiration and was a genius amongst many.
It's just sure that he was really old.
But
All
you
growing
know,
up. But I mean, old to me is like
but several millennia
100
probably.
years old, right? Like, I'm only 21 years old right now.
But from what I'm understanding, it had been several millennia probably before even talented individuals could figure out what he did. If I'm not mistaken from what you're asserting.
I would say that's correct.
I would like to cast Detect Magic on, obviously it's an AoE, but specifically on his book, and I specifically want to look for a light green trail of magic.
Okay. Go ahead and use your spell, and then Tigu.
Is there like a silence bubble around us or anything?
Nope. Not at all.
So, like, is anyone paying attention to us?
Like,
I mean, we have
Partly,
we
yes.
have Orlaveil in Orlaveil.
She's saying that somebody pay attention to us that shouldn't be like a server or something.
from what you can tell, Orlaveil doesn't care if anyone in this room pays attention. Neither does any of the other individuals at your table. The kings, Mirrodin, Vayu. The answer is yes, there are people who, as you say certain things, would kind of like, and then just go back to what they're doing. It is very clear that this is not a closed off conversation.
And right now, as far as they can tell, like, we're just talking theory.
Okay.
Yeah, probably just a bunch of mages talking about a bunch of stuff that they're like. I don't
I'm
know
keeping
what
an
they're
eye on the
talking
kings.
Because
They're
obviously we're
reacting
also
to
going
this
into like
information.
more technical detail too. That was lost on us as people.
Yeah, the reason why I would
like the-
assume that an adventurer that gets to level 17 has been around as much as would have at least have heard of the wish spell. That's why I'm
It's-
referencing
It's
it.
fine.
Right now, it's just a whole bunch of like. It's like a whole bunch of particle physicists talking about how
Yeah,
the
most-
fundamental forces
I
of
would
the
say
universe
most-
works, and people are but they're actually bringing out the math of it.
Yeah, most people wouldn't even know what the wish
I get
spell
that.
is.
I'm
Like,
just
the
Whatever the
fuck
case is,
happening?
Or maybe
looking at the
rumors,
kings, Guzin has not taken his eyes off of the dragonstone that was brought to the table. He's like, even when he's eating, he's like, someone mentioned something to him. He's like, huh?
Start talking to him. Hey,
Goes right
my
back to
eyes
him.
up here.
I just wait until he's distracted a little bit. I see him staring, and then I'm like, I take it all and I stuff it in the bag of holding.
Dragonstone?
The necklace of holding.
the necklace. Or
It's-
what was
He
it?
has
a necklace.
it.
It's a necklace.
It's the necklace that
I
Zephyr
stuff it in
wears.
all.
You just pickpocket the necklace off me, shove it in real quick, slide it back on. I don't even know it's gone. Oh, I need. Okay.
Apparently you all needed.
a servant comes and asks Zephyr to come into the kitchen for a minute.
Zephyr has been taken from the table for a moment. But yes, Guzin, entranced, we'll say, by the Dragonstone. Leonid is actually engaging in the conversation. Leonid seems to have some kind of knowledge, if not a very good knowledge, of rune weaving, and this is specifically what you get the impression that this is what he's here for. He doesn't care about all the other stuff.
I got an idea.
I got here to talk magic shit.
Exactly.
I got an
Wait,
idea.
I'm answering Tiku's question because he was specifically looking at the kings.
I asked
Naboro-
my question, but yes.
Naboro is eating completely uninvested. He's there, but it seems like he doesn't care about the conversation.
Seems.
Vayu and Mirrodin, extremely focused on what Orlaveil is saying. They're paying attention to when people respond and almost like glancing, looking, and then looking back. And then with the insight, I would actually say that all three of you would have this. This would not be unexpected to you at all. To you two, it might be a little bit concerning. Vayu is ready to kill. And I don't mean this like he's after someone. He is on guard duty. He is looking for any kind of hostile sign, not just to Orlaveil, but to this. He is inspecting everything around it, to the point that Vayu seems, again, almost uninterested in your conversation and is completely in a, if something goes wrong here, I will take care of it. Mirrodin is the most lax at the table. He is enjoying his food, he is enjoying the conversation, although not contributing that much himself. That is what your table looks like. Actually, apologies. One final one. Yorthus is petrified. He is super, super nervous sitting at this table. This would be clear to you his first time sitting at the big table, you could say. And he's like,
Don't mess up, don't mess up, don't mess up, don't mess up.
all right, now go ahead, Gurgle.
How does the
I have an idea.
Sorry, let her finish first. I didn't realize there was a second part to this, and she was waiting for it.
I was just wondering how the wine reacts. Anyone reacting to the wine at all?
No. Well, other than like complimenting it on its flavor. Again, the dragon sickness via the wine He's very slow acting. This wasn't like he gave it to people and then everyone across the world was sick. This was a very slow moving disease that they took years to set up and then get popular enough that they could truly start to spread dragon sickness. And then even then, it's like years of trying this brought them to this point.
Does it react any differently to me?
Are you also drinking the dragon wine? I know he was drinking some. Or
Yeah.
dragon wine. Beekman's wine.
Yeah.
It's very sweet and it's invigorating.
So it's like an energy drink to me?
Yes,
Yeah.
it would be like an energy drink to you. That's a great way to describe it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, just because I know you wanted to do something.
I have an idea. But I need to stand away from everybody for a minute. But I might be able to get us some insight on this.
Welcome
Since
back,
we're
Zephyr.
Wait.
kind of partners in deciphering how he came to these conclusions.
Wait, what are we
I
doing?
have a potential idea.
I suppose we're about to find out.
But are we doing this here?
Yes.
We're in the middle of dinner.
Well, I mean, you guys can finish eating. I already ate.
Yeah, but here... I'm just looking around the whole dining hall.
Orlaveil
Should
would
I be
smile and
concerned?
says, no. Everyone here is friends. Trustworthy even.
Well, yeah,
I
but...
think he was talking about the destructive element
And-
that Gurgle
I
tends
would
to work
prefer
with.
that you do not injure any of my
I'm not going
guests.
to injure anybody.
And-
That
and-
is what
I
you're
just need
doing.
everybody to stay at least 10 feet away from me.
And I feel like there's a time and place
Go
for
walk over
everything.
the corner.
That's a pretty big radius for a
Can-
dining room.
Can we just
This
do
is,
this after dinner?
it is a very
I
fun
don't-
room. He says, if it is a dangerous thing, then perhaps.
I mean, it's not that dangerous.
Are you not activating?
It's no party trick.
But I'm pretty sure I figured out I can suck the feet out of the air, not just...
That also seems detrimental to our guests.
Well, but like, as long as I control it.
Does it need to happen right this instant?
I'm just saying it could give us answers.
But we could get answers later.
Perhaps, as Orlaveil would kind of like gesture towards the door, Leonid almost excitingly says, I would be most happy to go with him if you're simply experimenting.
It won't take more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was just more just saying, let's take it out of the room, just so we don't mess with everyone else here.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Leonid would accompany Gurgle to go outside, and assume you are engaging the fire primordial.
I'm going to heat up.
Okay.
Aerith, go with them.
While you're rolling,
Just my detect magic spell.
My bird goes with you.
there are
2 turns.
detect magic allows you to see the school of magic, right? It tells you the school.
Yes, I believe so too.
I think it's cool.
For the duration, you sense the presence of magical effects within 30 feet of yourself.
You have to
If
focus
you
on the
sense
effect.
such objects, you could take the magic action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears the magic. And if an effect was created by a spell, you learn the spell's school of magic. That's all it gives you.
Yep. It's a good way to find invisible creatures.
The book is emanating. The book would be emanating 9 separate colors, indicating that it is every school of magic
After
plus
only 8?
the light green aura that seems to be a different school of magic.
I didn't.
I will say with the
Does it have... Is chronomancy one of the official schools?
no,
No.
I will also say that I personally do not. It's not chronomancy. The answer is divine, is what this would be, which would include time magic.
The light green
So
is
there's
divine?
10 magics then. There's 10 then.
No.
Chronomancy, as what most people call chronomancy, is a part of divine magic.
Right, but
If
soul
chronoman-
magic is different. Souls are
Oh.
different, right? I don't think souls are magic.
No, I think it's actually the same.
It is
Souls
still divine
are
magic.
the fuel of divine magic.
Oh, I guess that's fair. That's
Very
fair.
very
it's a
much
power
so.
source of divine magic. Yeah, no, I can
So
see
if you
that.
recall in the Dragon Wars, that light green that I described as magic, while not truly investigated before, very much so. Schools are
So-
part of divine magic, which,
So
funnily
time
enough,
and souls.
Specifically,
Well, souls power all of them.
the
so,
big
okay.
difference about divine magic as a school of magic is that it uses souls instead of using like arcane magic.
Souls
or
are, and faith is like a.
But Mistra's banned the
skimming
use
off
of
the
souls
top.
for magic for mortals.
So the using prayer, quote unquote, would be like skimming part of the soul.
Which is
like
why
the
she
faith
probably
doesn't
doesn't
have.
like you.
Question. So I have seen
Oh, 'cause it's empty.
undiluted divine magic, as it's called, basically pure divine magic. I assume the gods dilute it somehow, but like the Gravekeeper and the Packer are the pure essence. Can I tell if this is pure or like diluted? AKA, is it from a god or is it from a being similar to the Gravekeeper and the Packer?
This is a jar
have
with
a
no
flavor?
water in it. That is to say, this would be like looking at a spell book and seeing a spell and the understanding the spell itself, but not having the material components to cast it.
So inclusive.
That is,
Okay.
from what you can tell, I would say that you would be
It's the basic.
towards pure, but it needs the fuel. And in this case, the fuel for this kind of magic is souls. Thus, the requirement being very high, depending on how the spell goes.
The more you put in of yourself in the spell, the more it takes.
I can't say for certain, but if I were to wager a bet, he did meet someone similar to the Packer or the Gravekeeper.
I was assuming as much.
Do you know Packer?
Mostly because this magic's been has been lost and not found, and typically mortals, as we know them, are naturally allured to powers of this magnitude. So,
Do you know the Packer?
and I bet you Mistra keeps a tight hold on all information pertaining to this type of magic, as it kind of usurps her authority.
Sorry, I didn't go.
Similar to how Tiku usurps the oh shoot, I just forgot his name.
Packer? Or,
No, usurps
Kellenvor?
Kellenvor, there we go. Yeah, usurps the authority of Kellenvor by following the Packer.
Are you done talking now?
Yes.
Okay. Is anyone want to comment on that? Cool. Do you know Packer?
Orlaveil, with again smiling, says, I myself do not. However, you are in company. As he would gesture towards Naboro, who, at some point in this conversation, you actually didn't notice it, using what is a little bit of longer nails, has lightly carved into the wooden table the symbol of the Packer.
Oh, I knew I liked your fire hair, and you know Packer?
Fire hair. I like that.
Your hair kind of looks like fire a little bit.
You should see it in true form.
Do you know
I'm
Packer?
familiar, yes.
Do you have his blessing?
Of sorts. Let's say we work towards a shared goal.
You know what the Packer's goal is?
Of course. Do you not?
No idea.
She thinks it's to make yummy food.
Ah, that's part of it. It's survival.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. But I don't know what that means.
An interesting being, afraid to go back to where he once was. Counterintuitive to what he is as well, when you think about it. But
You know who he is. What he is. He never answers my questions.
I mean, as he would look to Orlaveil, and says, seems most of you do, even if you haven't realized it.
Along those lines, do
Gorgeous.
you possess the final soul coin?
No, not anymore. But I do know where it is.
Care to share?
A test first. As he would look to Orlaveil, and Orlaveil would nod. He says, for what it's worth, helping out our esteemed host, too. I wasn't planning to bring this up until after the dinner, but there's a small ruins south of here with an old friend of mine trapped in stone. I'd like for you to save him. Do that, and I'll tell you where the coin is.
This man isn't known as the Man in Stone.
That would be to the north of here.
We're just making sure.
Yeah, he gets around.
How are we supposed to help a guy that's not
Oh, Razu, you're gonna need to take a leave of absence for a little bit.
I have a gift for you along those lines that will ideally smooth over any kind of long-standing transgressions.
Didn't we kill his girlfriend?
Something like that.
Noboro kind of holding his hand out, looking specifically at a ring that's on his middle finger. Also worth noting, just because Noboro wasn't dressed the first time you guys saw him, he's dressed in almost like a Robin Hood look, minus the hat. Kind of like a green tunic, like leather straps between them, just wearing leather trousers. He looks the least kingly. He very much so looks like almost a ranger, someone that would live in the outskirts, on the outskirts of a town in a wooden cabin. But looking at the middle ring, he would start to spin it in place a little bit. He says, again, transgressions to be passed. And he would pull the ring off. And in this case, he would place it in front of you, Razu. He says, bring it to him. I will say you might have to...
Persuade him to take it?
Yes. I'll say move him to a point he's willing to talk.
If we carry, magical objects or important objects and sort, I typically like to know what they are and what they do.
You're welcome to. It is a basic ring, a gift between three friends who set out to change the world. You might call it a promise ring.
Are you saying, because you said he's trapped in the stone, does that mean he's been cursed or something?
Be more accurate to say that he chooses to live in stone. We need to bring him back. He will be necessary to the final steps.
How'd he get the way he is?
Well, that one was actually fairly simple. Someone was cursed. It just wasn't him. But she's no longer with us, as you know.
Yep, I know that very, very well. That's the problem.
That is to say, he ventured into the earth to try and bring her back. He was unsuccessful.
Yeah.
A lovely gift. He would look, and there'd be like a moment of pause as he would look to the dwarf. He says, "From one Moradin, sealed in stone."
Do you know if Kaio still lives?
I do not.
Is the Man in Stone hot-headed?
Absolutely.
He's willing to live the rest of his life in stone for the chance to save someone.
I will tell you as well that when I say subdue, I do mean physically. There is one thing that he does respect, and it is strength.
I was just thinking maybe an apology would go away with someone, but it seems like he's not the type.
I mean, the apology maybe after we subdue him.
Yes. Don't present the ring to him until after he's in a point of, we'll say...
Vulnerability.
I was
Submission.
going to say what he can't refuse, but yes. But that is to... I didn't mean to take away from your celebration. Again, this was supposed to be towards the end of the evening. A request from me, as well as to see if you're ready. And if so, then I hope to help you advance in the next steps you look to take. Gurgle, as you would be finishing up and coming back inside, what exactly were you trying to do?
I want to indulge the fire. So basically, I'm gonna be doing I don't know what you'd want for this. Persuasion?
You got to tell me what you're trying to do first.
I'm gonna engage him tier 3, and then I'm gonna engage the fire tier 3 so that I can have a better connection with him. And then I'm gonna ask him 2 questions and try and get an answer but I understand you mostly probably speaks through like images
Feelings.
and yeah, feeling. I don't know about feelings, but images and impressions, I guess, would be.
I always feel like when you go into your third form that you're just melting things
Or
around
he very
you.
much so is. So
Yeah.
I think the way that I described it is you quite literally, it almost like he turns the ground into a molten plasma.
I
underneath
also
him.
am gonna try and utilize this
We're doing this to the
perk
house.
that you add. That
Oh,
you,
he went
that you
outside. I
said.
Oh, did he go
specifically said that
outside? Okay.
Leonid went with him outside.
Okay, outside.
Specifically,
Okay.
I'm trying to use the perk too to see if I can control a little bit of the heat around me, to see if there's any way that I can eventually get to the point where I can control it and not burn things that I
Okay.
don't want to burn. But
That is going to be a nature check.
well, then that would be this one. And then
Actually, no.
20,
No, I did make yours. It's not religion. It is nature, right?
Nature.
Yeah. So that is an individual nature check.
23.
The ground still gets, we'll say, soft, but you are able to prevent it from melting. Which, when you consider it stone, still means you're really hot. But you don't melt the stone.
But I got a natural 20 on my persuasion check, and I'm trying to basically engage him in trying to figure out. I want to know more about your relationship with my grandpa. Did you teach him things? Did he work with you? Was he a friend? For the persuasion. That matters. Unless you want a different roll.
You should think about how I want to answer it. You would get
Kaboom.
no. You would get a very almost. This would be like you see a sequence in your head. Very much so. This would be like almost like a scry. You would see what is a large metal cage, chains wrapped around it. You've actually seen this before within the Molten Crown. But this one is not on the Molten Crown. And instead of actually being made of that iron black metal, it is instead made out of it looks like magma. Still active and boiling, like metal that has long since been burned to a point that it is no longer solid, but somehow seems to keep its form, likely due to the chains. Red hot, that almost like glistening red that you'd see from metal, likely being the only thing that keeps it intact. And you would just see a brief image of Rocco, but younger Rocco, similar to how you saw him in the Crystal Eye when you saw him when he was quite young. Of him coming up to it and placing his hand on it. Again, similar to how you guys did, seemingly reacting in a moment and then holding his hand out and having what is something that is all too familiar to you, even though you've never seen it, as a small red, almost molten piece of rock would fall into his hands. And your chest would burn hot. The core inside of you. That's what you get.
Sorry, can't be cast without. So what he created, what you helped him create, can't be cast without.
You'd get one more image of 3 more small rocks. One that appears almost to be like a water. It looks like a rock that dripping water. One that almost seems to have a whirlwind of wind that seems to be rotating around it, and one that is an intricately moving, in and of itself, piece of stone.
So he met with all of the elementals to make this? Holy cow, this guy got around.
As you said, he's very old.
And he's very absent for a lot of your childhood.
I mean, yeah, 100%.
And probably your entire father's childhood.
He was very absent.
Yeah.
Very absent for sure.
By the way that I wrote the story, so Hiram had a ton of room to play with this. He was 300 years old by the time he got to Galley.
Very absent. That is what you were able to get. After that, as soon as you would get that response, the effect of the primordial would also die down, almost ending the effect, almost as if to say that is all I have to show you.
The steam's all coming off me as I slowly return to normal.
As it would finish, Leonid would be fascinating. Just like a very, very quiet, slow clap. You have a connection. That is. I am most jealous.
I think I have our answer.
Well, let us rejoin the group then. At this point, Gurgle would come back inside. Tiku?
So, we keep hearing you're helping us. How are you helping us?
Who are you asking?
Navarro.
Simply put, keeping you alive. You're not exactly cautious with how you move, which has its benefits. Think back to a certain interaction between Talos and you, which again has its benefits. There's a reason that I decided to act in the way that I do. But, if you recall, the terms that were initially set forth were not the terms of the fight. An offer was made and then a counter-offer was made. But gods don't exactly turn a blind eye. If one of them ventures to the material plane, it draws eyes. I had to close them. Or, better said, avert them. In a similar fashion,
So
you
being
released
our
a
distraction.
primordial. Yes. As of right now, as he would, again, he was wearing almost like a tunic shirt. You would have caught a glimpse of this in the bath, but this would be the first time you'd really be able to see it, as he would hold his hand out, and there is like what was very clearly at some point a very, very bad, like 3rd-degree burn that has just been absolutely torn into his flesh. And I do mean torn, like something hot tore into him that also was burning him. You look down towards it, and he says, suffice to say, they were not happy with your dealings in the Molten Crown. And there's another group. It is possible that you will meet them. As I'm sure you've already surmised, 2 elementals have been freed, only one of which was by your doing. I had to work to save them as well. But I
They
took
still
God's
live.
eyes off of you. Some of them do.
Is that group still doing anything, or are they done?
And yes, in fact, they have taken in one of your own just recently. His fascination with the Gravekeeper, as you call.
Oh,
He's joined them recently.
good for him.
Perhaps you can rendezvous with them at some point when you make your way to Plazit. I would say that they would be most pertinent allies to you, in particularly Draven. He has unique abilities, we'll put it that way. Could be useful in a fight. If nothing else, it's a distraction.
What does Draven look like?
Harry.
Is he like a furbolg or like a...
No, just a hairy human.
You guys...
I'm pretty sure they call those gorillas.
Sure. Whatever the case is, the direct answer to your Tiku, I've been playing a game with the gods, a chess match of sorts. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to control the pawns.
Do you have any... Like, do you know who all the allies are then?
I hope that I know a few of them. As of right now, you've already made contact with at least 2 that I would encourage, as you would look to Kirktus. I don't think I described for you what Kirktus was as well, by the way. Very inquisitive towards Orlaveil would be how he is the entire time. Looking towards Kirktus, though, he'd say, 1, to be an ally pending results of an excursion, I believe, yet to be had. The Wild Mother and her champion would likely be of service to you. And, as he would gesture to the kings as Gurgle would come back inside, gesturing to both the Dwarven and Elven kings, says, and support from outside of Altira as well. Lathander, perhaps, but again, depends on actions taken. You've already started that. You started unweaving that thread. My influence is now bottlenecked. Many of the others would be unfortunate against you. Orlada, as you know, is a potential, again, save the actions that you take, but likely ally. Azoth and Adaro, both very against. Asmodeus is shrouded. His motivations are the most unknown of all of the gods.
That guy is sketchy as fuck.
Wazarine is against you. Her champion is,
Can be bought.
we'll say, wavering.
I don't believe Clay would ever allow for him to ally with us.
Do what you will there. Kalimvor is both against and with you.
Yeah, it's
I think
complicated.
we've convinced him, but also not certain.
I have not been able to follow that string.
Yeah, as long as we don't overstep, I think we're fine.
Moradin likely will be one of your biggest obstacles, both him and his champion. Drumas is hard to deal with. It is likely that I would fall to Drumas myself. Specifically, depending on where you get your abilities from. He would look to his other arm, and he has a bracelet. It's clearly a magical item. He says, depending on where you gather your strength, he can be an unfortunate match. Great for someone such as yourself or Razu, but not so much for those that focus more on arcanic power. And then lastly, although I don't know their name, I can tell you the Tabaxi that serves Shar and Shar will be very against you. I've only been able to nail down the race as of yet.
The Tabaxi with a bare chest.
I am unaware of their features. They've taken on... They're prideful, you could say. That is to say, they always take on the form of a Tabaxi, as far as their natural form, but they vary how they look. If you wish to find out more about them, you'd have to venture to Stilmakar, and as of now, I'm a little bit too preoccupied. Perhaps a later endeavor for myself, or for you. But that is about the extent that I've been able to surmise as of yet, Tiku.
What are you up to? What's your next step?
That slightly depends on you. If you accept my request,
I see no reason to turn it down.
then I will first enlighten you of where the last soul coin is. And then in addition to that, I will start to work more actively against the gods. I'm willing to work with you on that plan. Full transparency, mostly Zephyr, as it seems he has the most stake in this.
I'm pretty committed. You're not wrong.
I'm glad to finally have somebody else willing to join the fight.
Don't leave me out.
I don't leave any of you out.
Welcome back, Cargo.
You simply could describe me as slightly fanatical towards this cause, and it's nice to see others as committed.
I don't like the word fanatical, but it is the right word.
I was going to say, get over it. It applies.
I believe I have an answer to, at least an inkling to how Roko was able to create such a spell.
Orlaveil would be the one to respond here. I would love to hear it, Gogo. Please enlighten us.
Tico has to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Thank you for letting us know, Tico. My grandpa was always so good at telling stories, but I'm only now starting to realize that maybe all of his stories weren't all make-believe. I'm starting to think maybe all of them were real.
I mean, isn't that one of the better ways to tell stories? At least with a portion of truth.
It's just now dawning on me how old he was and how much I didn't know him. But I believe that he befriended all of the primordials, not just the fire primordial.
That would be most impressive, especially because, from what I understand, till recently, all 4 were sealed, and he was not involved in the unsealing of any of them.
He was very
What?
young, but the fire primordial gave me the image that there are 3 other stones beyond the one that was given to me by the fire primordial. And the fire primordial doesn't speak as much as it shows you things. But I do believe that in order to create his magic, he needed the knowledge of all 4.
So you're saying there are 3 others chosen, similar to you?
I don't think that they're chosen. I think those elementals give portions of themselves to somebody that they trust with the knowledge, and somehow my grandpa had all of them trusting him.
Or maybe he didn't have them, but built the magic around using them as a source.
I don't think that's true, because if you guys remember when we first found him in the fire plane, you remember how he was almost like weird in the sense that he could like see things, or he was like engaging with magic in a way that none of us understood?
I mean, I would assume that was just his ability for runic magic, in hindsight.
What if he actually had all of the stones with him, and that when he became normal, however that happened, when we engaged with him, he somehow lost those essences?
I mean, there's
Didn't
no...
take the fire one.
Yeah. And
Who's
even
to
if...
say he didn't? What if as soon as they leave their house, they just go back to the elemental that gave it to him?
I mean, that's a pretty big leap in logic.
Well, but like, so the fire elemental lives in me, but just to clarify, this isn't him, this is a piece of him. It's like a small...
The piece that Rocco got. And you're
That's-
saying you have 3 others. Who's
I'm-
to say he didn't give those to 3 others?
Maybe he did, but they gave them to him. That,
Do you
that
have
was very clear in the vision.
Do you have secret siblings?
I don't know, maybe I have a wind sibling and a rock sibling.
Because that's why you were so interested in the concepts.
Oh God, you weren't... You're not a sprig, are you?
I'm not a...
Oh no.
Imagine!
Not
The
another
whole
one.
time, get to the end of the campaign, you were a changeling.
Gurgle was this spring the whole time.
No, I think they all gave him pieces of knowledge that each one of them had. Because, I mean, no offense to millennia of dragon research, but pretty sure that all the primordials have way more knowledge than almost any being we know of.
I don't think they really studied.
But they've been around.
Well, yeah, but I don't think they collect information.
I mean,
That's not really the forte.
He knows more than you'd think. When I ask him questions, he seems to understand the questions pretty well.
My knowledge is not so shallow that I would take offense at someone having more. Despite that, I don't forgive the potential rudeness of this. What does it matter to your goal?
Because in order for us to cast the true version of this spell, I think we need all 4.
I agree with that. Along those lines,
I mean, we're gonna go investigate all of them anyways.
Noboro with again, almost like in response, says, "Again, might behoove you to meet those that freed the water."
I figured at some point our paths would cross.
I figured I'd make it happen.
Do you know if they befriended the water elemental or if they just freed it into the wild?
They did not converse with it as you did. They had a boon granted and utilized it to free it.
That is to say, perhaps you should ask them whenever you have a chance to make your way north. From what I understand, you'll be heading there soon. Plazit's not too far of a journey from Leylesk. Orlaveil at this point would almost like kind of interrupt him. He says, "Well, as kind of like looking at the tables, as we've finished dinner, we should at least move on to dessert." I'm actually going to use that to go to break.
Woo! Chocolate volcano.
Yes, as we get to move to as moving to dessert will be our breakpoint session. I think that we have to be over. Someone has to actually send us.
Yep.
I'll do it. So we'll go to break. We'll be back in a bit. See you in a second.
That is why.
And we're back. Welcome back. Razu got inspired. Randomly. Silence is inspiring.
Sometimes the goddess of wisdom does things beyond mortal comprehension.
True. She's wise beyond our knowledge. Okay. So, as Orlaveil...
Razu will be important for this next stretch of the journey.
Surely. As Orlaveil would call for dinner to start to move towards dessert.
Basically, I've just been poring over this notebook of Roko's, and we get like about halfway through before I pause. Could this do the opposite? Instead of take life away, breathe it in.
Do you mean to construct a god, Cain?
I will admit it is an idea I've been toying with.
It would be possible, but dangerous.
And
Very dangerous.
And it would follow the same rules of destroying a god. The closer one is to godhood, the more likely to succeed.
It would be easier to rewrite a god. I will say for me personally, if that was my aim, that's the route that I would take.
Yeah. Probably folly anyway.
What's your dessert, Tiku? Orlaveil has called for us to move to dessert.
She said
It's a minier version of Lone Peak, but it's chocolate.
And it's
And
chocolate
and it
volcano.
That's the
erupts.
mini one.
Yeah,
And it erupts.
with chocolate syrup that just.
Well, no, the syrup is not chocolate. It's,
Oh.
it's raspberry, and then it turns to strawberry, like halfway through.
And somehow it comes down, and it kind of
Like
flows
flows.
out, but it like kind of just disappears on the edges, and it's just like perpetual.
Magic.
Yep, magic.
All right. As in a similar fashion as Orlaveil would call for dessert, the members of the Golden Scales would clean up the remainder of the feast for the. Also worth noting, much to your happiness, Tiku, not wasting any food. Any food that is not consumed is actually is very meticulously packaged and stored. It would not be hard at all to determine within moments that all food that is left over from this feast is going to be taken and given to the camp at the base of Lone Peak. They're going to be spreading that food out. In fact, even looking back at the kitchen, you initially would have been like, oh, dragon, yeah, we're making a lot of food. Orlaveil didn't actually eat that much food. They purposely prepared an exceedingly larger amount of food than is actually necessary. And as people had finished up, even throughout the meal, they had been working to start to package this and effectively prepare it to bring it to the individual staying at the base of the mountain. With that said, as soon as dinner is cleaned up in a similar fashion, Orlaveil would go through and actually start to serve everyone dessert. He would add in for a lot of the individuals here, prepared that would have been already brought in, but effectively using it more like fruit dipped in your syrups. People just having different foods. He would have brought out plates of food and set them down at each table, and then carted around
The inside
your volcano.
The inside's cake.
Carted around your volcano and given everyone small portions. There is a lot of people here. Cake's still big, but big enough or small enough still that everyone would have small portions as he spreads this all out.
Tika, when she comes back from the bathroom, just like jumps in and starts helping distribute food.
Orlaveil would
In her
very
very
much so
Kiku
allow
manner.
you to. As soon as you actually serve everybody, again, you would have been getting the impression of this since you arrived, and this is for everyone, not just for Tiku. As Orlaveil goes and he serves these people food, you get a firm understanding why he does not care that anyone is here present for this conversation. From the way that people greet him and how both cordial and kind he is, there is a very clear, very personal connection between him and each person, to the point that like each member of the Golden Scales he can address by name as he goes to the tables. Sometimes almost like bleeding in questions about
He's got
their
their
personal
absolute
lives.
loyalty.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like fanatical loyalty.
I get it.
As he would finish this up, go back to the table, and start to eat the dessert himself, with you taking your seat as well, Tiku. First off, as soon as he would take it, he would just... exquisite. Again, genuine compliment.
Just as
Seem
I
to like
remember
this
it.
more. Seems to like this more. Good.
So, Orlaveil, do you know if anyone other than Squawk knew how to make us break?
Suffice to say, he was the best at it. Whether or not others were capable, his apprentice, for sure, was able.
He's dead.
There's an immediate smile, both from Orlaveil and Vayu, at that, as well as a nod from Mirrodin of just like expected as much. Vayu, for the first time since you've actually arrived, would turn and nod to you, almost like breaking his focus on the dinner. Orlaveil saying, "And a reward to be given for such." That said, apart from Squawk and his apprentice Ubi, the only other individual that had access to that knowledge was actually invited. shame that he didn't attend, as he would smile towards Kirktus. It would just, a good thing.
You mean Sepal?
I thought I said it. Yes. Sepal was involved in their dealings, to say the least. He has been partly prompted by your stories. I've been keeping an eye on the Resilient Lab, most of all, as far as outside influences. And
Still stands.
no, I meant in the years till now. There is recent destruction that happened, we'll say.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't really us.
Well, that's what actually started.
He
off-
literally did it!
Yeah, there's a huge ritual of
That
dying
no, that's what ended up pushing us into the Crystal Eye and our fateful encounter.
Yes.
To inform, there is one other. We believe he goes by the name of Giles, a satyr, quite proficient in the medicinal practices, currently working with Sabal.
Orlaveil would look towards Mirden, who would, for the first time in dinner, who would chime in. He says, I know a Giles. He's quite a good business partner. You're saying that he is in with Sepal?
I cannot say for certain. I only know that either through duress or cooperation, he is assisting Sabal.
Mirden would lose his, jovial composure and would be very serious for a moment. He says, no, brother, that what you speak of is... it's quite the accusation. That is to say, action will be taken immediately if you believe this is to be true. And I will trust whatever you say.
I have it on very good authority.
With your permission, Father, I will look in this starting tomorrow. Orlaveil would nod in agreement. Says, yes. Be thorough.
One.
And then
You
Mirden
just
would
killed the
immediately
man.
start smiling again. And he says, I'll let you know my findings.
One more.
Starts to cut into his cake.
One more thing. The champion of Morden got to Ubi before we did. I believe the information was taken. He was also working with the Azoth assassins. So there may be more people that know.
What do you know of this Guzin? Is still even though you guys put it in the necklace, he's been looking at your necklace even after it was put away.
Literally, hey,
Taste it!
my eyes are up here.
That said, unlike when other members of the Golden Scales talk to him, he's like, "What?" He immediately almost snaps to Orlaveil, asking. He says, "I do have on good authority that there is an alliance brewing, if not already solidified, between Cortavale, the Mother Kingdom, that is to say, for all of you, Zopracar, as well as potentially Azoth, that is to say, Roslakar as well." It's very, I think it would be foolish to even surmise that they are not working together at this point.
Well, actually, Zeprakar might be kind of, sort of in that, but kind of, sort of not.
The church is part of that alliance, not the city.
I must be specific when I say apologies. Yes, the church under... You can tell there's a clear confliction in this. He says, the church under Morden. The cities are not actually... Zopracar does not rank higher than Valtriac. It is more accurate to say they are the... It is the home of the High Priest. That is truly all it means.
Yeah.
And to the kingdoms, we are we are an alliance, but that does not necessarily mean we are all part of the same royal family. You could say we differ strongly in the ways that we operate our kingdoms, as well as how we interact with the world. The only thing that is constant is the molten crown being the crowning jewel of our world, as well as a shared belief in Morden. Again, that almost disbelief. This is someone who had his world come crashing down. And even though it likely wasn't immediately recent, is still struggling to come to terms with it.
Yeah, sorry about that. As far as the Molten Crown thing goes.
Nothing to apologize for.
I mean,
When things are broken, they need to be fixed.
we did release your caged blacksmith.
Rudars.
Yeah.
Good thing our country, or more accurate to say, I guess, continent, we have quite the fine blacksmith of our own. Go ahead, Raja. That's fake. Tiku.
When we start to get to the middle of the mountain, the other chefs had made a golden model of the manor, and it's inside the middle in a dome.
Orlaveil would be quite ecstatic, visually ecstatic, although he does not comment on that one, as to not interrupt the kings when they're talking. But seeing it,
But they would bring it out and put it in the middle of the table, his table.
yeah, seeing it and almost like hearkening it back to where his manor was at one point, there'd be a clear appreciation and almost like kid-like joy of him seeing his own manor be the centerpiece of it. But again, for that one, it's not something that he comments on, as to not interrupt the flow of the current conversation. So you didn't have something then. It was fake. Okay.
Well,
Well, I do have one other order of business, this being Orlaveil. I don't wish to bring our conversation to an end, unless there's nothing else you have, but the actual purpose of this meeting, save, and he pauses for a moment to give you guys a chance to either ask or to bring up anything else.
The 7 of your manor. Your manor seems to be a bit different.
It has to be. I've made more friends since the last time you were here.
It's also been 2 millennia.
Yes, but I was meaning the 7 that are co-owners. The librarian, for instance.
Stewards, you could say.
Not a normal person. All the knowledge that has ever been.
And ever will be.
What kind of being has that kind of power?
You know, there's a reason I took this spot. This job, you could say, despite being what I am. And that is to say, each of the co-stewards are very interesting. I may be the highest ranked here, as he gestures just to the group at large. He says, but it would be easy to say that I am the lowest as well.
Then there's also a Gaul who seems to be able to pseudo.
Don't take credit away. A Gaul cannot foresee the future, as you seem to be implying. He simply reads the books. I will say, he made a better impression than you did. Some feelings are still... What did you call, as you looked to Naboro, he says, what did they call your friend? He's hot-headed. There's certain caution that he still has. But a Gaul's spoilers don't come from himself.
And I assume there's a price to be paid.
Of course. There's a reason that a Gaul is not present tonight. He was so excited to meet you that he had to, much like, and he would gesture to again your grandfather's journal on the table, and he says, much like this spell, there's a price to be paid for everything in life. A Gaul's excitement to build what he did for you, as well as to show it to you all. He felt it was worth to pay the price. That isn't to say he's dead. He is very much so still alive. He's simply resting.
if in case you see him before us, make sure to give him our thanks.
He would be most upset if you don't at least say goodbye before you leave. So, you likely will see him again. But, apologies, I interrupted you slightly, Razu. What was your point? What were you getting at?
What does the librarian require to read someone else's book?
Yours.
Is that what a Gaul did?
Yes. That's why he can't leave. He's tied to this manor, and he will be forever, as am I.
So does the manor
It's the curse of the
function
otaku.
around the librarian?
I hate you.
Just locked to your room for the rest of eternity.
What'd you ask him? I got so thrown off by what he said that it...
So
Okay.
do the 7 here give their book away?
Of course.
Well, that wasn't my question. You may continue.
Any other questions or things you'd like to bring up before we wrap up this evening's dialogue?
We heard that there was a roving band of traveling guys. Maybe a guy named Bugdoor that we need to meet at some point that's around here somewhere.
Our mercenaries. Not hard to meet. Some of them are stationed in the hills, just to the west.
We need to stop by and meet with their leader at some point.
Again, that is not even something that I would have to facilitate. You are welcome to meet with him at any point, although Brugdor would likely be difficult to meet with. You
We
have
do
to...
specifically need to meet with him.
You must earn his respect somehow, then. Perhaps, if they are successful, as he would look to Nabor, he says, you could put in a good word. Nabor, nodding with a bit of a smile, he says, he's an old friend of sorts. Oh, kind of.
Old enemy.
Aren't you like thousands of years old?
Looks, do I look that old? I thought I was looking good.
I mean, I heard stories is all. You do look pretty good
I'm very old.
for a 2,000-year-old guy or however old you are.
I'm much older than Brugdor, if that is what you are asking. Brugdor is young.
Well, but like an old friend? Like, what does old mean to you? That's all. That's why I was asking.
Old compared to mortals.
To clarify, Brugdor's many great-grandfather. I had some dealings with him in Calasmere many, many years ago. I'm familiar with their clan, their tribe, including their current chieftain.
I do have a question to ask. This isn't... I've been looking around history books for this. How did Bahamut become who he is upon the loss of the Dragon Wars? Actually, during that pinnacle, his attitude towards the gods seemed to have changed.
He was... Volthalax was... think of him as a hot-headed child. A teenager who believes he knows better than his betters. There's a clear, not anger, but like sorrow in the statement as he refers to you, the Dragon King, or the previous Dragon King, sorry. His Majesty knew the risks of what he was doing and the lesson that he might potentially teach Vorthalax. But, to answer your question directly, when he would look to the book on the table, he says, you could say that he realized the price of the magic that he sought. the divine that he trespassed into, that he believed necessary and deserved to him, I don't think he liked it as much as he thought he would. As far as how he got where he is, it was simple. After the Dragon Wars ended, when you all left, the majority of dragonkind was eradicated. There's a reason dragons don't flood the skies as we did in years past.
So he crossed into territory that he seemed unlawful, and then had a change of heart with how the rules of the...
He sought to rule dragonkind, and Shar made sure there were no dragons to rule, ensuring that the dragons could never rise up again against the gods.
Wouldn't he resent Shar for that?
I'm sure he does. As do all dragons. As he would actually look to Vayu. And Vayu again, while he has not been that focused, for that one there'd be like a pause of like focus on it. And then back to what he was, back to continuing to scan the room.
But he decided to throw in his lot with them.
From what I understand, he looked to Kirtas, he says, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Bahamut believes he stands atop both dragons, humans, gods, all of it. If the only route to stand atop the summit isn't the path that you wanted to take, Vorthalax would still rise to the top. He would take the Messiah path.
Sacrificing his pride in the process.
Maybe. I will not speak to his pride.
Which may be why he became a god. Maybe very much sacrificing your dragon pride would be the price.
Kirtas would be... He seems angry about the conversation, but not enough to actually take action. And would actually chime in as well. And he says, Bahamut does stand atop. This is actually specifically to Orlaveil as well. He says, and he deserves to stand atop as well. He's the pinnacle of law and order. He is what allows, as he would look around to the room, he says, he is what allows this convenient reunion of your friends, as you call them. Be careful where you tread.
We mean no disrespect. More just theorizing the origins of Bahamut and how he became who he was, or is. He is still who he is, and deserves all the respect that the gods deserve.
Make a persuasion check. Or deception, your choice.
I hope you have as beautiful day as you are.
Persuasion or deception, your choice.
I'll just probably do persuasion. I'm pretty sure they're both the same anyways. Am I better at one or the other? Let's see here.
Oh no!
Oh no, I'm better at
Trinity
persuasion.
or Zephyr does believe that, though. Like,
Yeah.
But is it an insult or a compliment?
Yeah.
What was that? It's a 13. 13.
Is that the first time I've rolled tonight? No, it's not. It's not. Okay. Well, he got a natural 1. So he immediately kind of calms down at that and starts to eat his cake and says, as long as it's understood.
And Zephyr is like legitly always like, he accepts all people's religions. Even if they're wrong, he doesn't defile their religion or their practices and stuff. He just kills their gods later. But they won't know the better. They don't know anything about that because that will automatically fix itself in the background.
He has been diffused via him rolling extraordinarily low.
I need that. I'm not here to make more enemies.
Literally the lowest possible. As that kind of diffuses, Orlaveil looked like he was about to step in and start to interject in some way, and seems surprised. He seems, well, any other questions before we get to the main event?
I would just like to point out that basically after Razu's question, Kane has grown extremely distant. His eyes no longer focused on the conversation as he appears to be looking at something only he can see.
Earth to gain. You good?
What? Sorry, you were saying something.
You dozing off there?
Yeah. Maybe I'm just tired.
Well, to the main event then.
Yes. Digo.
What? I wasn't playing with my food. I'm totally here.
Remember the thing I talked about on the break?
No, I am paying attention.
I know. It was just funny because you did it, even though that time it was in character. You are the main event. I know you're not dinner.
This is where I have to peacock again? What are we doing?
You were given a gift by His
Oh,
Majesty.
yeah.
I'll have you know that I do not intend to take it from you.
I don't think we can, actually.
I mean, mentally, it's like he could challenge you for it.
Oh.
You need to understand dragonkind better, especially if you wish to keep it. Now, do you wish to become king of the dragons?
Oh, hell no.
I
No,
thought that
Tico
might
does
be
not
the
want to.
case. I do feel it's my responsibility, simply based off of a gift from an old friend, ensuring that you understand. If you keep it, and you learn to use it, which I can teach you to do, you could become king of dragons in every sense that you could think of. Even Bahamut is not immune to the power the dragon's command has. You could be to what most people would consider a god. Rapidly could likely even become one with that ability. It is easy to say that if Bahamut had been blessed with that, we likely wouldn't have a pantheon. Just one. Now,
A god isn't able to protect their people. They are a concept, but they're not able to be their champion.
you're not wrong, but you also would not have to become one. This is to say, I'm not necessarily trying to convince you that you should. In fact, full transparency, as you would look to Kirktas, there are some that would hope that you renounce your gift. This is simply to know that if you do decide to give it up, I don't want you to not know what you're giving up.
Tiku never wanted power for power's sake. Tiku just wanted to protect the tribe and find a good guardian. And Tiku has realized that she also has to go out a lot and go and fight a lot. And can't be a guardian or protector at home. And kobolds suffer. So kobolds need a new protector. So Tiku can fight. So Tiku can be their champion.
Well, then my request would be you decide who to give it to. There's a gift that was given to you, and so you can be the only one to decide who to give it to. I can tell you that if you give it to me, there's a moment pause, and this is where you see the greed of a dragon. For a moment. But then he almost seems to like stifle it. Shove it down, he says. Then I would act as regent. And that is to say, I know now I can't truly be the king of the dragons.
What does regent mean?
A temporary holder. One appointed in place of a king for an absence of one. Think of a king who died before his son was old enough to take the crown.
So your intent would be to wait until one you deem worthy comes to the surface.
Yes. For a time I would act as regent or king. But it would with the intent of finding the true dragon. the one who deserves to stand at the top. And for this, you would see like a grimace and almost like a regret. He says, and not to one who's too cowardly to help his friend.
For Kayla. Who's he talking about?
Himself to the king.
Yeah. He didn't help.
He-
So if you
Yeah.
recall, the
Okay.
Gold Dragons were entirely a neutral party.
Yeah.
He made it very clear his stance on the issue.
I did remember that, Kim.
Well, from what I've seen, you seem like a pretty good option, and Kane vouches for you.
There is another, though. As he would gesture to Kirktas, Kirktas would... He seems almost dissatisfied with it. And he says, I'll have you know it would not be for me. This would likely be a temporary. I would give it to Bahamut, as I do believe he is the true dragon that would need to rule. With that being the case, if you chose Bahamut, is effectively that is what you'd be choosing. We could add a clause, as I understand you are. There seems like almost like a confusion. He says, doubtful of my god. You could hand it to Bahamut for a time, just until you judge Bahamut worthy. I think I just said Bahamut twice. You could hand it to Orlaveil for a time, until you would judge Bahamut to be worthy. And then lastly, despite their unwillingness to attend, Tiamat is the last with a claim, or better said, the backing, to become the Dragon King. You would have three options. Orlaveil to act as regent via his own accord. Bahamut to act as Dragon King, or Tiamat.
Isn't that just... Sorry. Isn't this blasphemy to even consider that?
Yes. I will be fully forthright with you and tell you that if you choose Tiamat, I will dispatch with you here. Worth noting, there's not opposition to that. That's like a statement where a lot of the times where he's like, oh, we're in a group and they're like offering allegiances, then he says it, pretty much everyone's like,
Yeah, yeah, that sounds right. That's the punishment.
Can I insight Orlaveil on his reaction to that statement?
which statement specifically?
That basically if she chose Tiamat, he'd kill.
Go for it.
God damn it. 13.
13. His reaction to that statement is he looks at you, but you don't know what the meaning behind it is. Noteworthy, though, rather than continuing to focus on her and characters who are talking, he does look at you.
Awkward.
Both your brothers are like looking to Kirktas and almost like,
Yep.
Do you...
Orlaveil, you... Oh, sorry, go.
Can you explain what a god is to me? Because, for instance,
Oh, we're
even
here all
back
night.
then, when I interacted with Bane on the mountain, there was multiple souls in him. He was not the first, but he wasn't a god yet. Is every god an amalgamation of multiple souls?
yes,
It's technically some not a god.
they
that
are
mean-
a culmination. That is the purpose of the Ascension. The gods grow stronger with time. Before it was rewritten, blocked, there was an important reason that it was done. Power culminates in our world, and it becomes too much.
Hang on. Sorry, I have to pause you there. Rewritten.
That is to say, the gods were supposed to abdicate or choose successors, and they don't currently. Blocked might be a better word.
Okay.
Yes, but from my understanding, when they choose one, they stay with them. In spirit, one could say. Is the same true for Bahamut and Tiamat?
Of course. All gods have, at a minimum, pieces of their predecessors in them. It is a part of them. As soon as they take the station, it almost becomes them.
So, there is multiple dragon souls within Bahamut, then yes.
Multiple Bahamuts, you could say, within Vorthalax. And it is also the support of those that believe in him, much like Sir Zephyr understands. A god is nothing but those that believe in them. That both includes their predecessors as well as their followers here.
The reason I ask is because is the Bahamut, the god currently, even the same as the one that we met on the mountain?
He's likely both the same and different. Vorthalax is not gone. Think of it as, let's say, as you are now. You have your life. You have your memories, your journeys, your adventures, your battles. You are who you are. Now let's say, Sprigs, you're familiar with them. 24 of them, 36, hundreds, thousands of memories, lifetimes, brought into your head. Given the capacity to contain them, and not have it overwhelm you, do you think it would change you?
Indeed.
It likely does, and also doesn't. Who you are will not change. However, it likely would impact how you view things. Perhaps your morality, perhaps how you view laws, order, perhaps chaos.
Actually, interesting thought I had here. Gods are technically the biggest fanatics for themselves. They believe themselves in such a perfect clarity that they exist to the highest extreme of their values.
I would agree. And they embody them successfully in the case of mine. Specifically Kirkus.
I believe they all do. By the nature of just being a god. They don't embody their values to their highest form, then I would assume they'd fall from godhood. Or at least change.
As they should.
And with their followers changing as well.
Tigu.
This opens up a whole different can of worms. Sorry.
That we're not going to go into right now.
Yeah.
Because Tigu is having a conversation with Orlaveil. And Kirkus.
You seem to have taken the kobolds in. Will you protect the kobolds and the draken? Provide them a safe haven?
I feel inclined to specify that I will whether you give me Dragon's Command or not. It is not predicated on that decision. Better to have friends than enemies. Especially when they're so new.
Tiku's gonna stand up and come around.
As long as you keep your word. Which I think you will, because I trust Cain. I see no problems handing the power to you.
And she's gonna extend her hand.
I appreciate your trust. As reaching out, he would clasp your hand in the same way that the dwarven and elven kings, whose names suddenly escape me, even though I made them, Leonid and Guzin, in that same way, clasping your forearm, and you would quite literally feel it. You would feel like energy is being drained out of you.
Okay. Before I transfer the energy, I'm gonna grip his arm tighter and lean in and whisper a little quieter.
But if you ever hurt them, just know I will come back for it. And take it back.
And then she's gonna give him the power.
Again,
She lean back and
same sly smile as you lean back. He says, "As you should. Now let's enjoy the rest of your cake." As you would sit down, he says, apologies for getting so serious.
And Tiku's gonna like stumble a little bit her way back to her chair.
Notably, instantly, all the wrinkles on Orlaveil are gone. It looks like almost time was rewound for him. He looks almost to be back in the prime of his life.
Okay, so I want a better visual of this transfer, because I assume it's very obvious.
So
this transfer of power.
not as obvious as
No?
you think, actually.
Probably like
so,
white energy around them.
so like
and,
quite literally what it would look like, because again, Orlaveil
Yeah.
looked like an older individuals with wrinkles and stress marks. As he would clasp her arm, I would say that you would still have a visual, almost the
Like
it'd
a
be like the
big,
like
bright
her breath.
glowing. Yeah. Okay.
The color of her breath would almost bleed from her arm onto his arm. And as it does and goes over and almost cloaks him, it's like time gets rewound. He de-ages almost. His scales shimmer more pristine, very much so like time is winding back for him. But again, it wouldn't be flashy or anything like that. It would quite literally look like whatever this, very, again, similar to her breath weapon, which is almost like
His
white glitter.
yeah, like I was going to say a starry cloud.
Or sorry, cloud. There you go.
Like a starry cloud that elapses him, de-ages him, and then seems to bleed into his skin.
it de-ages him, but you look at his eyes and you still see like those old eyes.
Oh, very much so. Very knowing,
Yeah.
we'll say. Very knowing eyes.
I'd like to imagine as well, because Tiku didn't know how to use it as well, like during the transfer over to Orlaveil, you'd probably feel closer to being in the presence of what the king was back on the mountain. Something like that.
I would agree with that. I would also say that the dragon presence
Probably,
in the
it
moment
fills
of the
room,
transfer would like bring the room to a halt. I would very much so add that in.
yeah.
That
They feel it from Tiku and then they feel it move.
But
to be clear, and Tiku would realize this immediately, even in the instant of taking it, his understanding and grasp of this power far outweighs the knowledge that you had. Also, as soon as it happens, Vayu would almost like he would tense for a moment. And looking over, he would slide back out of his chair and he would kneel. Mirden, to be fair, recognizing what Vayu's doing, not feeling it quite as impactfully himself, would follow suit. Kirtas, in the same way that Vayu did, would also get out of his chair and kneel to Orlaveil.
After half a second, as I'm still distracted, I would do the same.
As soon as Orlaveil finishes de-aging, and then he calls for it to come back, and he says, "And stand, my friends, again, not a king, a regent. And for what it's worth, I do hope that one of you, my sons, looking to Vayu, you and Mirden, I hope that you are the ones that I might be able to give it to.
Still worthy of respect.
At this point, Orlaveil would sit and save someone igniting further conversation. This would just be more of a jovial end to the evening, more so making small talk. Leonid would be discussing the ongoings of his kingdom in the Grottos, specifically that the Dulnar have recently stopped trading with them as much for some reason. Part of his journey northward, he plans on stopping at Modin on the way back to inquire of the Dulnar king to see why trade out of the Grottos has gone down as of recent times.
Grottos?
Guzin.
No, you said you want to stop in Moder and you want to see why.
He wants to stop by in Modin to
and
speak with
see
the king
why
of the
trade
Dulnar.
Yeah.
coming less to Lagrodos.
Yes, he's
Not
saying
that
that
trade is-
Dulnar are
okay.
not trading with Lagrodos as
Yeah,
much
not-
as a
okay.
whole, and part of his journey northward is to stop there and look into why that is. Guzin would echo that, although he is not planning on stopping there. He is simply planning on stopping by the Molten Crown on his way back to Kalismir. Noboro would be silent throughout the majority of the rest of the evening, save anyone again interacting with him. Kirktus would not stay till the end of dinner. As soon as Orlaveil would receive the power, he would go to repay his respects to him and he would leave. Likely to go report.
Tiku's going to go and scooch over to Noboro at some point and then talk about the Packer for okay.
Anything specifically you're looking to ask him, or are you just making small talk with him?
I mean, yes, but I assume I won't be asking him during dinner, so I'm sure he's gonna tell me to wait on some things.
Effectively, he would confirm with you that he's both familiar with the Packer and has met the Packer on multiple occasions, including having beaten him in a game.
And I'll learn all about what game he played and yeah.
Funnily enough, chess.
Dragon's chess.
But yes, again, other than that, unless you guys look to interact with him in any way, you guys would finish up dinner, rounding out the evening.
And I would be trying to convince him to show me his fire hair in its true state.
I just realized something.
It's not dragon chess. It's dragon war chess.
Gods
Probably.
on one side, dragon on the other.
Yep. For sure. There's no way that's not the.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You're right,
It's good.
yeah.
God's probably on the other
It
side.
would be Dragon War. You don't even need chess. You can just call it Dragon War. Because
Yep.
then it completely takes out real world. Just turns into that. Steal the idea. Rabbit twist, I think Ludwig calls it. Go ahead, Gurgle.
Ooh, I could probably print out a real
That's
chessboard
fake?
for this.
Yeah, if you're
These are all fake. I'm being misled. I'm doing really good about it tonight, and every time it's that's not real.
Mine's been right every time.
I think something came disconnected.
It actually hasn't been right every time.
How's it not?
Nope.
I don't think I even did that unless you want to
No, that's what he said. It's happening automatically. It's fine. Okay. Finishing up the evening. You would not be staying at Orlaveil's Manor, because again, you'd be staying down at the base. As soon as you guys would actually finish dinner and go to leave, Vayu would offer begrudgingly to fly you back down.
Tiku's gonna get on
Before
him
we
and
leave.
pet him.
I would like to have a conversation with everyone.
Oh.
Okay, in the
Maybe
manor,
not.
or are you going out
In
in
the
the manor? Okay.
I'd find a secluded location if that is required for us to leave. Then
No,
I'd do that.
you would be able to stay. Orlaveil isn't necessarily
It's
kicking
still a
anybody
party,
else.
yeah.
It's
I
so you'd reach the end of dinner. Orlaveil would return to the third floor, and people would be starting to trickle out. And then this is where you'd be having your conversation, easily enough to separate off.
I would
We also
get
have a
Noboro's
telepathy.
attention real fast and just.
Noboro
gather that
is
he
waiting.
leaving?
Noboro is waiting.
He's supposed to give us details about the quest, so.
Gurgo would be able to pick it out pretty much instantly as well. As people are starting to leave, Noboro is instead outside leaning on the gate, like he's waiting.
Okay. I was making sure that he wasn't leaving. We'd be able to talk to him so he doesn't leave Regent.
I beat him in a cooking contest.
I like your assistant Zephyr specifically, but this does involve all of you.
With what?
You're gonna suck somebody's magic again?
Hopefully not
Tiku is all
mine.
sucked out already.
I should not have expected seriousness.
You okay, Tiku?
It was my fault.
I mean, we were just having a party.
No, I was being serious. With what?
I do not think it's possible for me to travel with you in the near future.
What do you mean?
According to what Razu asked my father, in order to get the information I require, I will have to give up my own. The only way I can think to save Silverion is by getting her story.
Her story is yet to be written.
It's not what I mean. The librarian has it.
He has options. But if you do it, then you cannot help fight. You need to be there.
Kane, I think you should wait for us to talk to Navarro.
Also, we can go talk
I
to
have
that
an
big.
idea.
We can go talk to that big worm dude. I'm sure he has ideas.
The questions I just asked has to do with that.
Nobody can hear
There.
this conversation. Obviously, we are.
they're all-
Hey, we're talking in our
Bullshit
heads. It's
discussion
fine. We have telepathy, except for Tiku
You
occasionally.
said you were
That
going
works.
somewhere where you were not.
Yeah,
You
we're
guys
in a
secluded.
private room. Like we asked specifically for a private room where we won't be overheard.
Also, we have telepathy going.
Yeah. We can. I think there's other options out there. That is definitely one.
I thought about
You're
giving my book as well.
you're thinking about changing her, or is she still a god?
I've been working on a weave for the past ever, but it's missing the story. It's missing the main ingredient. I cannot return her to who she was without knowing who she was. How do you suggest I get that story?
I have a thought.
Bahamut?
The reason I asked the question is because I just confirmed gods are an amalgamation of souls. Firstly. Secondly, I understand that Squawk was working on how to make a god. And if you can make a god, you can unmake a god.
But how do you do that without destroying the person inside? How do
You make a sprig without destroying
And
the
you're
emotions.
capable of doing that?
No, but I also just confirmed that there are other people that know how to do it. And we can get that information.
I do not disagree. There might be other avenues. I know that. But this requires time.
So
Yes,
I
but Kane, they just told us Sapal knows how to do it. And Sapal told us he would help us do it. Which means Sapal would have a reason to give us the information.
And
That
you
guy's
trust
an
that snake.
No, but the point is,
Asshole.
Technically, he's a dragon.
he has information.
Snake.
So he has a big asshole.
The answer is, I would not be willing to work with him on anything but Bahamut.
I do not trust him at all in any scenario.
Which
No matter
is
who's involved.
why we need to get stronger so that we could fight him
I mean that's
if it goes south.
that's fine and all, Razu, but that doesn't change this avenue that Kane's trying to approach it from.
Yes,
I mean,
but
obviously there's other avenues. I understand that, but we should at least hear out Kane's theory and then try to approach that and see how viable it is. I would say, since I'm not planning on coming with you guys to Orlaveil, I am planning on doing some studying myself on various things. I do have a relationship with the custodian of the library from a couple millennia ago.
Hence the reason I asked for your help.
I will go and check and see what can be done. I'm assuming you guys will be busy for a bit, so it should give me plenty of time. I also may be popping up over at Mistra's Academy under an alias.
Just
I
so,
thought you were going to see the wild mother.
I'm getting pulled in a few different directions.
just so we're clear, this isn't something that I thought of randomly. This has been my plan for months now. The reason I've waited to bring it up till now is because it hasn't been necessary.
And also the access to the library is here.
I didn't have to stay with you. It just was convenient.
To be honest, I do think you're meant to be with us, and you have a duty to uphold. And I understand where your allegiances lie, and I will make sure those come to fruition with all my abilities. Give me some time. I'll get you the information you seek, and we'll take it from there.
I want your word on that.
Of course. I've always been a man of my word. On Riveron's name. I swear.
All right.
Shut up, Golroge.
Perfect.
It's gonna be okay, King. Tico says and she pats his head.
We don't need to lose our dragon.
We're all here to help you.
I will do whatever it takes. But that doesn't have to be right now. Sorry. We can speak with Nabora.
I'm sure it's a lot coming back home, especially after what we've been through. A lot of memories, fresh ones at that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Orlaveil didn't bring up your condition, you know?
I think he just accepts that I am a magical battery of sorts and ready to explode at any moment.
I was more talking about the fact that you're ice cold and your heart stopped beating.
No, that's part of the magical problem, or battery here. I'm a conduit of tons of energies, and they tend to work really well together inside of me. It's a little alarming, actually.
Are you okay, Razu? You seem to have just had an epiphany.
Lightning.
We need to talk to Navarro.
I mean, we are going to head out there once we're done in here. You need anything else, Kane?
No, that is all I needed to speak to you about.
Tiku, what are your plans? I know you were mentioning.
I don't want to go to the scary dragon place. Nope. Especially because I just pissed off his champion. So that sounds very bad for Tiku's health.
And it sounded
did seem dissatisfied with the decision.
And it sounded like you want to stick around and get the kobold settled.
Tiku needs to stay and help the dragon for a while, I think.
And yeah, for the transformations, probably help guide them through it a bit.
Yeah, maybe train him up a bit.
You should, while you're here, you should practice.
Oh, you owe me potions. We also need to go hunt I have to cook the big dragon.
You should practice your breath magic.
Do I still have that? Oh, it's still there. Hey, it still works.
She like, wait, is it still there? She takes a bite of cake. Oh, it came back.
Infinite food!
Except for the unfortunate thing that it fully rewinds, which means
Resin out of your body.
But she gets to taste it twice.
True. Not only do you get to taste it twice,
You don't
but
get the
it's like you
calories.
don't get the calories. It doesn't affect your teeth. You get the full pleasure twice for no side effects.
That is one last thing I need to inform Orlaveil of, but I can do that while you're speaking with Namora.
That's fine. I assume it's private, between a father and a son.
You can be there if you so desire, but I was just going to introduce him to someone.
Only if you want me there.
Sure, if you so desire.
I'll come with you. I'm sure these fine folks will be fine with Naboro. Don't say anything stupid.
I'll go with you guys to the...
Aerith, keep an eye on them.
I'll come with you guys to hunt the man in
She goes,
stone.
sits on Tiku's hat.
Hey. You totally distract me.
You're like
Aerith,
petting the bird, like, oh.
Aerith leans down and like points her face directly at Tiku's, and Tiku's like, oh.
Okay, what was I gonna say? Oh, I come into the Man in Stone. I think it will come as part of my tattoo. But after that, I'll probably stay and help.
And I'll be sticking around the library and stuff too, so I'll be around for a bit.
Oh, field hospital. That's good.
That's, well, yeah. It only lasts 24 hours, so
Yes,
I do
you
have to
were
recast
building
it.
to me.
Yeah, but you'll be here, so you can keep casting it.
For a bit before I go down to wherever I end up. I'll wait until it feels right to leave.
Shit's making too much sense.
You freaking out over there?
My
It's
brain's
tempting me to
exploding.
end the session. Okay, so you two are
Big
looking to go
brain
meet with
moment.
Orlaveil. I
Yeah,
assume
yeah.
introduce, I almost called herself Arion. Malrith. And then the 4 of you are going to meet with Naboro, yes?
Captain.
Okay. Walking outside
I
Naboro would not be hard to find. As again, he was waiting just outside the gate. So starting with you. Yeah, as soon as you guys come out, Naboro kind of like looking back and says, "You know, you took a little longer than I thought you would. And you look so serious."
Alright, spill the beans. What do you know about the dragon with no neck?
What?
I'd be most curious to know about what you know about the Chrono Hunter.
Holy snappy
I,
nose.
I tricked him, actually.
I doubt that.
Oh no, I definitely did. Roger would have died if I didn't.
Clay would have died.
I'm not convinced we tricked him either.
It
Oh, I
probably.
defi- I
Tiku
definitely
thinks it was
tricked
actually the Dragon King. He was doing some weird timey-wimey shit.
Wait, is this
No,
number?
the dragon.
this is-
Oh,
Yeah.
This is
I'm
Naboro.
not there.
The dragon.
I can't talk
king?
It's in her head. Tiku's saying
Aerith
it out
just
loud
starts
and in her head at the
squawking.
same time.
Oh, yeah. Eric
Can
tells
you
me.
speak through Aerith?
No, I can speak through the mind link, though.
But he can hear through there.
Aerith can just tell me, be like, yo,
No.
they said something stupid.
I definitely.
2 seconds.
I definitely tricked him because.
That's right, Gurgle. That's right.
Because.
Gurgle is so good at tricking
Definitely
people.
deleted the thing that I made him. That I got him to think
Yes.
Maybe that was a warning for
Let
us.
me ask you this. Do you think it possible for the timekeeper to make a mistake?
I assume you're referring to the Chrono
Chrono
Hunter.
Hunter, yes.
No, not at all.
That's my
Not
point.
if you-
The Dragon Keeper covered for you and made another time error to cover for us our time error.
Or maybe it was a warning shot.
It wasn't a mistake.
Oh,
The-
shit.
The Dragon King covered for us.
I want to talk to Naboro. And you guys are talking about a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't.
But anyway, I don't.
Yeah.
This is much
But-
more important.
I don't
I've set
understand
a
time magic. I
breakthrough.
just breathe.
But I totally forgot. I probably should go ask Orlaveil how to train my dragonness.
I don't think you meant to do that, but
My bad.
Alright, I had
Okay, you guys talk to Naboro, we gotta talk later. I'll be right back.
Tiku runs off.
Tiku runs off. Clay Beekman is still making friends.
yep. Oh yeah,
So-
yeah. I think he's gonna be networking.
Gurgle and Razu. Gurgle first, assuming that's not fake.
Well, that was what I was saying. I already said what I said.
I had a breakthrough, I think.
Well, let's hear your breakthrough.
So tell me, if you know enough about the Packer, assuming you do, does the Packer make gods?
You better say this in your head so I hear everything.
I had a thought. Before all the gods were gods, on the mountaintop, they already had multiple souls in them. And not everyone has that power. But I thought, who could do that? The Packer.
Kalimvor?
Or Kalimvor wasn't a god yet. That's my point. Kalimvor wasn't a god yet.
There was a Kalimvor still, even if it wasn't our Kalimvor.
Yeah, for sure.
But Kalimvor didn't exist first. The Packer existed first,
Yeah.
from my
They're-
understanding. Which
Well,
means, prior to Kalimdor, who made the first god?
Wasn't that the
That is
Wasn't that the
that is a big
hair
question
guardian?
that all religious
that the-
fanatics have been fighting over for years.
Guardian?
Good news for you, Razu.
Made that?
We have an answer to that.
So does every other religion.
You've heard about them recently. The keepers are the first known beings that we know in our world, our universe.
So you're saying that the Sandkeeper in the desert knows?
Yes, of course he does.
But you do not know, so we need to talk to the worm.
If you wanted to know how they crafted the initial gods, or more explicitly, how they made the Wars of Ascension, better said, the Trials of Ascension, yes, the Keepers would be the best to interact with, and the Knowledge Keeper would be at the top of that list.
But hear me out. This is my breakthrough. We got invited to the Games of Ascension or whatnot by Asmodeus.
Trials of Ascension. Yes, got it.
But
Well, actually, and it was you specifically. Like, I've never been, and I think
Yes.
a lot of us didn't go.
I had a thought. I always thought in the game, getting the cube was the mark of ascendancy. But I realize now that I think the cube is more of a means to an end. The cube is how you're going to ascend, but it's not the mark. And I just had a thought. What happened in the games? We met the Packer. Seemingly coincidental. We didn't question it. But not only...
When you're saying we when I'm the only other one here is a little bit confusing because I wasn't there.
Well,
Shut the fuck up and become on Ross for a second.
Clay's there for a minute.
The only other person that was there was Tico.
No, Cern. You go talk to Cern.
Follow
I'm
the
saying
math here.
in the area.
Okay, I got the math.
In
Cube,
that game,
Cube helps you ascend.
me and Tiku
You and Tiku.
were marked by the Packer.
Marked by Packer. Got it.
Maybe Tiku is the Packer.
Hear me out. Marked for ascension because you need to interact with someone who has the power over souls to allow you to become a god.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, let's say that I was there with you. The question that I would have
Divine magic,
is,
is saying.
what mark?
This mark of the Packer.
That marked you for ascension?
In the games, we were told we were marked for candidacy. And that's where we got the cube.
But wasn't that okay?
But we
Let
already
me-
know who marked you.
Let me jog my memory a little bit. Weren't you marked for candidacy before you even went to the games, and that's why they brought you to the games?
No, they invited everyone there so that they could win a spot for candidacy.
Or
And we won.
or it was a trial for those who were marked.
Either way. Follow the skies.
Okay. So why don't we just ask the guy that probably knows?
I was curious what the point of me being here was for this epiphany.
Because you're supposed to tell me if I'm right or not. So effectively, I was thinking, who made the first god? Something that predates the gods. Packer. He's more like a force anyway. He controls souls. People on the mountain work on agglomeration of like 60 plus souls.
My man has been reduced to a history book.
And then, if you interact with the Packer and you win the game or some bullshit, I don't know how he does it. But then you could actually start to take steps to become a god. A new one.
How how many blood hunter serums did you stick into your neck this morning?
About 3. But that's besides the point.
Your methods seem convoluted.
I can
Creating
flush
a
him out
god
whenever
isn't
I
as
want.
difficult as you would think in terms of concept. It's the action, finding the followers. That's the difficult part. Also, I don't see the value of this epiphany.
Also, if the cube was the thing that, like, helped you become a god, then how did all the gods become gods before they had the cube?
That's my point. It was never about the cube. The game was never about the cube. It was about the packer.
As Razu starts
Major
going
conspiracy
tinfoil hat,
theory.
All right. Okay, Kane. I'll be with you in just a moment. Okay, guys, can you ask him about more about the Sandkeeper?
Oh yeah. So anyway, tell us
Alright.
more about.
Is the
I'm
Packer
gonna be.
Keeper?
I'm gonna
Is
be.
the Packer Keeper?
I'm gonna be away
Is the
for a
Packer
moment. We're about to go talk to Orlaveil.
Tell us about the Sandkeeper, because I don't know what kind of juice Razer is on today.
the Keeper of Knowledge is, well, exactly what he sounds like. All knowledge there is to be had. You think, as he gestures to the manor, you think this library has knowledge or information. It's almost as if this is a book in a grander library.
You guys better be repeating everything he says in the link.
Book in Grander Library.
Good job, Gurgle.
Zephyr can multitask this.
Anything you wish to know, the Keeper will know. More importantly, the Keeper of Knowledge, the Great Worm, there's a few different things that people call him. He's the final say on how we do things, you could say. That is to say, if you are dissatisfied with the trials, however they may happen, he is one capable of altering the ledger, you could say.
But he wouldn't listen to people like us. We have no tenure.
Why would he answer any of
Tenure
our
matters
questions?
not to someone who knows the importance of every soul. All that matters is what you're capable of and what you'll do.
So, somebody as old as you maybe knows a guy by the name of Vargas.
He would be taken aback for a moment. He says, yes,
So that's how we learned about the worm in the first place.
I didn't know he was still alive.
Actually,
Then again, I also
Okay.
didn't think exactly that they could die. So it's not horribly unexpected, just surprising.
This guy's a font of information. We're never gonna get anywhere. We're just gonna sit here and ask him questions forever. Now we have to know about how he knows about these creatures and what they are.
I don't need to know all that.
What their
I just,
goals are.
I just want to know, like, why do you want to tell us about these creatures?
I want the world to go back to the way it was supposed to be, or the way it should be, if it needs to be changed. Too long have the gods and the people, I know this isn't as much of a problem here, but still apparent. How often do you meet someone who's striving to be better, to be more, to be a god? The natural way it was intended. Everyone striving to be at the top, bettering themselves.
Actually, it's mostly just a bunch of bullies that already have power that just tell everybody to fall in line.
The king of Northern Calasmere, that young pup's father, that was just here. For years, centuries even, he outlawed any kind of interaction with the Trials of Ascension. I now know because he understood what the gods had at play, and he didn't wish to upset that balance there. Didn't wish to upset Moradin.
So if that's what you
deplorable.
view as the natural order, What would you say if an entity like Vargath said that he said it was a failed experiment and that he wants to change it?
Depends on what he changes it to. But as a whole, as I said, what it could be or should be. If beings beyond me believe that the way that we have done things has failed, and honestly, looking at what the gods have done and what the people of today do, I can't say I disagree. If changes need to be made, then they need to be made. And I would happily help facilitate them.
But you just want the people that have the right to make such changes to be making those changes.
That, and I want the ability for those that look to strive, to excel, to become gods. The promise given to us by these creatures, the keepers. That promise is empty.
As of right now.
As of right now. And I can't speak for you. But I can say I would like to be one.
I mean, at this point, I haven't even had time to think about that. I've just been trying to go from one crisis to the next crisis, just trying to figure out what we're gonna do about it. So, to be totally honest, I haven't really thought about what I would do after all that's said and done at the moment.
It's alien to me. Working towards an end without a goal is fruitless.
Well, the thing is, the goal is to keep people alive. I mean, it's what my grandpa wanted. It's what my dad wanted.
How selfless of you. What do you want?
I mean, I do think that people deserve to live. So, I mean, I do like the idea of saving people.
So become a god. Make sure they live. Think of what Moradin could do. The power of all of Dwarven nobility. What could Bahamut do? The god of the strongest stronghold city in perhaps all of the world.
I mean, I do understand that power is the way to help people at the current moment. That's why I've been working with Magnamemnar to do that. I guess I just don't know what I would do after all that, is what I'm trying to get at. I'm kind of young in grung years, though, so... I don't know, it's just always felt like there was something more important. I gotta go get revenge for my dad, and then I gotta go rescue my grandpa from the fire primordial, and then the world's blowing up, and I gotta go fight some gods, and it's just like, you haven't really had time to breathe,
We're blowing up the world? I think you said that wrong.
You seem directionless, Gurgo. I know what my goal is. The end of this journey, the end of my journey, is me at the top. For the time that is allotted. Or the way that nature is supposed to work. That is my goal. You don't seem to have one. I'd recommend you pick one. Makes the decision-making process a lot easier. With that said, the Keeper of Knowledge, as you were initially asking about him, he is the most neutral that you could find. Again, he doesn't care about your accomplishments. He cares about what your accomplishments can be. If you truly look to save the world, perhaps he would find value in helping you in that. If you wish to rewrite the story, might be better said the ending, maybe he'll help you in that.
I don't like the way that the ending is currently looking, I'll tell you that. So that does sound pretty attractive.
Well, he's in the Valaktal Wastes. Specifically, the sunken pits.
How do you talk to some giant worm? Heard this thing's bigger than most houses,
That does not do him close to justice.
I thought he was as big as the desert.
Most that would see him would compare him to mountains.
Okay, so that's even worse. Like, how do you talk to something like that?
You find him first.
But like, if I'm at his toe, how is he gonna hear me? If I'm at like his toe and he's that big, how is he gonna hear me if his ears are like 10 miles away?
The same way that Zephyr can hear you now.
Truth.
I literally thought they said the same thing.
Can't you do telepathy?
And I can whisper
Now,
to somebody.
the
and it
most
goes into their
important
head.
part,
It's
and the
magic.
one that I am the most attached to myself. The bigger reason that you may want to interact with the Keeper of Knowledge is if you do rewrite the laws, specifically and importantly, the laws.
Are you saying the laws like of the world?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure we're on the same page.
Bahamut and Kirktus are followers of the law of their city and the law of the world. You want to ensure the aid of Bahamut and Kirktus, make the rules enforce it.
You mean make sure they're on board with the rules that they're gonna change it to?
No.
No,
make
he
it so
means
the
make
rules
the change
force
to the
them.
rules to force them to do it.
Make it a law that gods cannot be in power for longer than 1,000 years.
Oh,
Something like
make
that.
sure that they cannot break their own. Make sure that those two cannot break the rules.
Yes.
Change the rules so that we
Or to
make
make
them
so that if
follow.
they don't help you, they would be breaking them.
Yeah.
Oh.
At the very minimum, it'd make him easy to kill. If he does not uphold his own station, his power would wane.
Oh, snap.
Wouldn't that work even if you just made him agree to it himself, or would he be able to break it if he said it?
Of course. But from what I understand, you are a group. Even if not you, doesn't seem to trust him much.
I
Sure.
actually have had nothing but okay interactions with the guy. I mean, he's a little bit crazy, but I mean, he's always been honest with me.
What's your
said not
opinion,
you.
Naboro?
Yeah, literally said not you. Said your group.
Also, how in the heck do you even know about that? Like,
I feel like he's made it very abundantly clear he's fucking old.
And
but like, how did he know? Like, did he interact with them during that time?
Did you not see Zephyr's reaction when he talked about Zora? Literally at the dinner
Did
table.
you know that we were there in the Dragon Wars?
Of course.
What the frick?
he's a big fan.
All right. Anyway,
You don't remember, but we met.
Who are you?
I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
No way!
I told you I'd tell you who he is eventually.
I didn't know!
That is so awesome!
I feel like I would have remembered a guy like you, honestly. Considering that was only like a month ago for me.
I
I
love
actually
that
didn't
man.
hear you. They were freaking out. I didn't hear you at all.
I said, I feel like I would have remembered a guy that looked like you, considering for me that was only like 2 months ago.
I didn't look like I do
I
now.
was gonna say, he wasn't a fucking drow back then.
Fun fact about, as he would look to his skin, who I am, and he would almost take his hair and he would show you the orange on purpose. I change with the time of the year.
I love that so much.
As he is a Shadar Kai, if you're familiar with them.
Okay.
Apparently it's fall, by the way, in case anyone was wondering.
Yes, and just in case anyone want to know what time of year it is, it's close to fall. That's why his hair is orange.
Okay, so tell us.
Context for anyone that doesn't know what a Shadar Kai is, their skin tone and their hair changes depending on what time of year it is.
Tell us what the-
altering through the colors of seasons.
Tell us what deets we need to know about Mr. Stoney so that we don't kill your friend and also so that he doesn't kill us.
Well, first off, you're going to have to incapacitate him, as I said, and that likely will be a fight. You have wronged him in
How
a
do
way.
you fight a rock?
And not to kill him.
That is going to be a little bit of the game.
Like I can't just punch a rock like Razu. I don't know how he does that.
Basilisk oil?
Basilisk.
The most important part about fighting him is going to be that he can turn you to stone. Any prerequisites or ways that you have to fight that are highly encouraged.
Oh,
Medusa!
he's already turning to stone if you couldn't tell.
Is that what that is?
Due to a different magic.
It's probably not going to help in this encounter, as I imagine you would be his main target.
What do you mean? Rock on rock? That's probably ideal.
With that being the
Fight
case,
more.
I'm pretty sure that's called a stalemate in rock, paper, scissors.
Does he like?
Exactly.
Does he like
That's
have
better than
rock
losing.
buddies that we should be aware of?
But it's not winning.
you could say that. You could also say that he is many, to make it sound ominous.
Why would you want to make it sound ominous? That makes it worse.
Because it's accurate. He doesn't have one body.
Why make me
The
worried?
difficulty that you will have in fighting him is going to be to lock him down. That is to say, he can easily transfer between stone.
We already figured that out the first time we saw him.
Your task is going to be figure out a way to lock him down, and give the ring to you, I think.
Razu.
Yeah,
Razu?
Yeah.
Says, as soon as you're able to lock him down, it's fairly simple. Weaken him, put the ring on him.
How do you put a ring on a rock?
He's still humanoid.
He still has fingers.
What's a humanoid? You just look like a picture in stone to me.
He's the
last-
man in stone.
But you
Yeah,
could
but he looked like a picture
that's the
in
point.
stone.
You have to figure out a way to get him out of the stone. That's what he's saying this entire time.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
It's okay. You have the best bait. Something he's willing to come out of the stone for.
Genius. I have an idea.
We tie you up like a rotisserie chicken,
You
hang
stupid
you from the roof.
we'll put some. We'll put some.
no,
we'll put some.
terrible idea.
We'll put some flames on you. We'll waft the fumes over.
No, dude. Check this out. Somebody casts fly on me. I fly so he has to come out. And then Zephyr uses force cage thing and locks him and me in the fourth cage.
Okay, but like option 2 is definitely the rotisserie chicken.
I do feel inclined to let you know as well. Per the nature of his ability, when he turns you to stone, there's a reason that I called him many.
Okay, so we lock him in the fourth cage and me out of the fourth cage.
That is to say, unless you have a way to cleanse petrification, it is likely that any of those of you that he's able to turn to stone would then be
Against us?
opposition, yes.
I do got some basilisk oil that I ordered
You don't
recently.
have some very nice friends.
Wait, basilisk
I actually
oil
am
turns
very
you to
capable
stone,
friends.
No, it
doesn't
No,
it?
no.
And you're one to talk,
Oh,
Virgo.
is it?
Okay, but capable friends are not nice friends, okay? And
Correct
yes,
me if I'm
I
wrong.
understand all of my friends
You
are
have
not
multiple
nice.
friends. One who is known as a very intimidating murderer in many places. One who is a fanatical follower of, to the world, one of the gods of destruction. One
he's not
that
actually
eats
a follower.
any race, including humans, which to most is quite appalling.
But it's not actually
And a very
follower.
kind-hearted dragon that is very out of place.
But it's not actually
He has
a follower.
anger issues.
But he's not actually a follower of a god of
Don't
destruction.
forget the one that wants to kill his god. Seems hellbent on it.
But it's not actually
And his
a worshiper.
old
Okay, look.
I'm aware of the pedantic
Friend?
details.
Okay, at the end of the day, you make a good point. But that doesn't change the fact. Just because my friends are bad doesn't mean that your friends aren't bad too.
Did I ever say they weren't? I said he's useful and necessary to the final steps.
I don't think the word easy even crossed his lips.
All right.
Let me not mince words, Gergo. The 4 stones that you spoke of, he has the earth. That's why he can move through stone.
Told you.
Tattoo and Earthstone. Woo! Who's gonna get an Earth
So
buff?
he's friend of the earth element. That makes him my
I am like
elemental brethren.
30% rock right now.
I was like, I'm not turning it down.
freaking Zephyr's gonna get the wind one. Just saying.
That makes him my earth brethren?
Fire, earth. Does that mean people get
Well-
water? Oh, that'd be good for cooking.
wait, but there's 6 of us and there's only 4 stones. Like, what?
we're just saying who's the most akin to that type of magic. I don't know who
Definitely
would be good
not
with water.
Kane.
We should give Gurgle the water one for sure.
Yeah, no, Kane around the
Water on
yeah,
fire.
definitely not.
That can't possibly go wrong.
Well,
Anyway,
as far as what I need you to do,
save your guy. Come back. You hook us up with a meeting with Brugdor. Assuming that he doesn't want to beat the crap out of somebody.
tell you the location of the last
Tell us the
soul
location of the
coin.
key. We go to Bahamas Domain. That's the plan. Okay.
Yes. The area you're looking for is ruins. Ruins, again, just to the south. The Temple of Stone. Aptly named.
I'm glad it's
Oh.
not.
All right,
in
hang on, Kane. I gotta poke in on this
Odin.
conversation. Yeah, you guys setting up a time to do this?
Oh,
there a time that
that's
we're
actually
meant to
very
do this?
important. I almost forgot to mention it. Yes. He only comes in the morning. Either you have to do it tomorrow morning or the next day. You simply must do it before the second sun rises.
Why does he come here every morning?
Because I told him he could find you.
Oh, you're already using us as bait. Well, Kane,
So you're already bait, Raju.
He said where he could find us. Okay, this
I
is
would-
singularly exclusive.
No, I'm
I would
pretty sure
highly
he would only
recommend-
come for you.
I would highly recommend you do it tomorrow as well. As if you're not there, again, as he would look down at Lone Peak, he can travel through stone.
Oh, he's gonna find you in your sleep.
I'm sleeping in the land. It's exclusively made of wood. I just put the order in.
they're called no
It's
Razu.
not, though. It's a lab. There's
It's
no
called
way.
a tree house.
He's like,
No,
he's
you
like,
just have Trinity
"I'm
summon
gonna
the
find
hospital
some
and use
grass
stupid
and
magic.
dirt."
That's
You know
true.
those superstitious people that like a vampire can't walk over water? Razu like sees rock, sees large river. I'm going swim.
He's just walking. He just like walks through a fucking like the courtyard with all the statues in the middle of the night. Just jump in every time.
Like someone walking through a graveyard.
Yeah.
No, the best horror story of all time. He's like, I'm sleeping in the tub. He can't get me in the water. He goes in the water, and then in the bottom of the stone, the floor through the water, he sees his face. And he's like,
All right, back on track. Is there anything else you're gonna ask Naboro?
Pulls him under.
He would also say that as soon as you're successfully able to bring my friend back, I'll meet you back here at Lone Peak. I don't intend to leave before your mission ends, hopefully in success.
So I bought 5 applications of Basilisk Oil. I give each party member a dose of Basilisk Oil.
So,
You do know that basilisks turn people to stone, right?
Basilisk oil is the cure.
Is it?
that's what.
Purification.
I'm guessing it's like an anti-venom is what they're claiming.
Medusa oil is what turns you to stone. I don't know what it actually is, but I feel like that's
I know it
accurate.
is. It's actually the thing
Yes.
to
Yeah.
deal with petrification.
That's why I ordered it.
Cool,
when I
you have
started
5
turning to
uses
rock.
because that's what you ordered.
so, the answer is he's gonna turn me into
Who
a
doesn't get one?
There's 6 of us.
rock. Me, because if I'm rock, I can't apply it.
No,
You're
you
not-
So they
are
all get
turning
one?
into rock. You get the most.
No,
Yet no.
he's saying.
If he
he's-
So to
Petrified.
give you
Everything
context,
else.
I will. I'm gonna
Pirate,
down
you're
Rosin
you're
first.
slowly
So-
turning into rock.
chill for 1 second.
If you
to
get
explain
petrified
this,
again, yeah.
petrification. As soon as you roll against petrification, you'll start to turn to stone, and then you have to fail again. You turn petrified.
And then
You just have
then
to
You
fail
already
once.
failed once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just have to
That's
fail
what your
once and you're
petrification
stone.
is currently at.
So Hiram, what he's saying
Mechanically.
is that the Man in Stone is targeting Razu, which means he's the most likely one to turn
Oh,
stone.
you want everybody
so
else to be able to
everyone
free
else
you.
has the cure to
Okay,
free
never
him.
mind. I got you.
That's the point.
Ah, okay.
All right, cool. So, context: the 5 of you will have a basilisk oil. Anything else you wish to ask Naboro?
Well,
You don't have to happen to have an anti-petrification magic ring, do you?
No. Plus, he rightfully has a bone to pick with you. Can't make it too easy.
Well, that's just rude.
So is killing his girlfriend.
It was an accident.
With that,
Kane, how would you feel if someone killed your girlfriend?
you mean him?
Even if it was accidental.
If they didn't do everything they could to fix it, I would kill them.
Okay, this is what Kane says.
I said I'm sorry.
Who are you asking if they're single, Jasmine?
He did try.
So the
Naboro, I'm pretty sure.
So the two of you going to meet with him. Are you looking to have more of a dialogue, or is it specifically just to
I'd like to
introduce
have more dialogue. Yeah,
Okay.
I want to ask him a question.
In that, so with that being the case, then you guys would go to the staircase leading to the third floor. Vayu is basically standing guard at the bottom of it. You would know that without Orlaveil's explicit permission, no one is allowed to enter the top floor except Vayu. So as soon as you would approach, you'd effectively have to ask him to go, to request from Orlaveil if you could.
How's my favorite brother?
He would look at the company you brought him. I'm doing great.
I would like to speak with Orlaveil.
I got you.
I wanted a more of a private setting rather than dinner.
Are you here? Easy enough. Why is he here?
Truthfully, because he's my friend, and regardless of what he said, hopefully unintentionally, he has learned that respect is important.
True.
I feel like whatever I say here is going to be bad, so I'm just going to be quiet.
I'll ask Father. For what it's worth. He would place his hand on his shoulder the same way that Orlaveil does. Although this would be more so just a rather
Friendly.
A friendly thing. You would not respond in the same way, that is. For what it's worth. Good job. And then he would turn and walk up the stairs.
Tico came because,
What was that good job for? I can think of like 4 different things!
Wait, he's never
All
complimented
of
me.
the above?
What's he up to?
Literally, though!
yeah.
He never says something nice to me. What's his play?
What's his goal?
Last time he said something nice to me is my 7th birthday, and he lied.
It's not that he never says anything nice, it's that normally it's insultingly nice. This seemed genuine. And now I'm confused.
It would be about 3 minutes before he comes back. Coming back down to the base of the stairs. Tiku now joining you and he says, got another guess?
She was supposed to go with everyone else.
Tico totally forgot.
Good news. He said that you can bring any of them. He does have
needs how
something to
to
do
train
later this
Dragon
evening,
Tiku
so your
training.
time is limited. I believe he has to leave on the hour.
Only short. It's pretty short.
And then he would, at this point, he would actually accompany you up
All
to
right,
the top floor.
What'd you say?
I don't know what he said.
What? Who? When?
I'm
I
lost
think we
too.
got an hour.
Yes, he said Orlaveil has to leave in an hour, so your time is limited.
Oh, hang on a second, Ken. Yeah, they're saying something stupid.
Okay, so walking to the top of the stairs.
Okay, I'm coming, Kane.
Opening it up, it would immediately. It's still inside. There is although the roof has a large, almost circle hole in it. The spotlight, I think, is still what that would be called.
I think it is called a spotlight.
So it would have a large open spotlight to the sky up above. Directly in front of you, there is pillars, almost making a makeshift courtyard in this third floor.
Skylight?
Skylight, I actually think, is it. But there's a makeshift courtyard in this third floor. At this point, both suns have set, and there's just moonlight pouring in through the skylight, and to the point that you can see the stars up above. A little bit too well, actually.
I mean, we are on top of a mountain, to be
You're
fair.
on top of a mountain. However, the skylight itself has a thin glass membrane. He has effectively turned it into a bit of a telescope to where he can look and see the stars from below it. Orlaveil is currently standing directly below the skylight, simply looking to the stars. There is a garden of blue and purple plants around him that seem to have come alive. This is a garden that specifically, rather than living off of sunlight, instead lives off of moonlight. The plants, as the light bleeds onto them again, some of them almost like buds opening up to it. Flowers of deeper purples, blues, oranges, pinks.
Any lilacs or tulips?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
And not even say so, very much so. there would be, there would actually be effectively a whole section. It's probably like a quarter of it that would be dedicated to it. I'm not gonna lie, I would have forgot that if you didn't say that. Forget things that I created about my own characters.
Okay.
It's clear that there's many doors as well that lead to rooms on this top floor. And there is one other individual who is currently pruning one of the plants. The person that is pruning a plant, what is the race for this thing actually?
Okay, these are extremely rare herbs for Cantifar. I don't get a lot of moonlight for them to exist. Just interesting.
Technically, that section there is for a specific clientele. But everything else is just because they're Orlaveil's favorites.
It is a Rohawks.
Rojas.
Rohawks?
I have no
Yes.
idea what
Is that like
is.
a rhino person?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Actually,
That's that sounds like a rhino.
it is still humanoid, extremely bulky, with almost
Not-
looking like
Not
fat
someone you
neck.
would expect working on delicate flowers.
Not at all. Even his hands are probably like a foot and a half wide.
He might be meaty, but he's gentle.
Crouched over, still looks massive. This creature specifically is around 8 feet tall and would weigh about 550 pounds, just to give you an idea of how he would look. He's wearing it almost looks like a tight leather jacket, a little bit too tight. It's actually ripped at some points in the joints and extremely worn out. This isn't like he moved and ripped it. It's like he's used this jacket so much that it is very worn out. In the same fashion, bit of baggy cargo pants, few tears in it. Again, due to how old it is, not due to a lack of him taking care of it. There's portions where it's been sewn back together. It looks like someone who has too much attachment to an outfit that is currently working on the garden. Orlaveil, not turning back to you, says,
I would bow and wait to be undressed.
"Welcome, my friends. Apologies, I have always loved the stars." And that's actually where we're going to end today.
I gotta remember my next two lines. Okay.
Write them down.
Write them down, because for today, that is where we will be ending. Thank you for always hanging out, Jasmine. I appreciate you. Hope you have yourself a wonderful week. We will see you next week. Everyone should be here. Bye-bye.